Good evening. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Alfredo is gonna
Hello.
start us out.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen with the reflection. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. This is a journey into inner peace. Gently close your eyes and take a deep breath for a minute. Feel the air flowing in and out, filling you with calm. Life itself, it's a gift. Once again, take a deep breath. In your heart lives a longing to live fully, to love and be loved, to find meaning even in a uncertainty. Once again, take a deep breath. We all share the same vulnerability and also the same seed of hope. Every life holds secret value. Once again, take a deep breath. In awareness, there is rest. In confusion, clarity. In pain, strength. In loneliness, connection. Once again, take a deep breath, a deep breath. Be still within and listen. A gently voice whisper peace. It does not demand. It does not shout. It simply invites. Once again, take a deep breath. May our words build bridges. May our thoughts bring reconciliation. May our actions flow from deep love. Once again, take a deep breath. Let your heart be filled with gratitude for life, for the breath you take, for the people who walk beside you, for the tears that teach, and for the smiles that give strength. Once again, take a deep breath. Love is stronger than the wound, greater than division, brighter than any darkness. Once again, take a deep breath. Peace begins within it. It flows outward like a river giving life. Once again, take a deep breath. Breathe deeply once more. Rest in peace. Walk in light. Live in love. Thank you.
Thank you. let's offer some feedback to Alfredo.
You have such a nice, calming voice, Alfredo. Thank you for that gift at the end of the day. I closed my eyes and then I was like, oh, this is actually borderline dangerous right now, but that's all right. It was lovely. Thank you. One thing I especially appreciated just knowing you and who you are. You had a slide where you talked about love heals all wounds. It keeps a light in every darkness. And just in the spirit of inner faith reflection, I know your faith and what you connect with that language. And I loved how you put it into that universal language that was very tender and inviting. So I just wanted to point that out as probably my favorite moment in your lovely presentation. Thank you, Alfredo.
Thank you, Kate, for your words.
I didn't know if I wanted to keep my eyes closed or look at the images. And then I decided I didn't want to miss any of the images. So I was kind of like, what? I don't, well, forget it. I'm looking. They were beautiful. All of them were very beautiful and so well connected to the words. Um, so thank you. I appreciate that. Audrey, did you have any feedback that you wanted to give? So now you know the question I'm going to ask, which is, was there anything that inhibited your embracing this moment? Kate has kind of hinted a little bit.
I would say actually the only thing that really did, I would agree with you, is I closed my eyes and then occasionally I peeked and saw really beautiful things. But erring towards the more disciplined side, I kept them closed. That was the direction. I would have liked to see the images and I had a sense of lovely coloring. So maybe I would say just that piece of inviting people to open or close their eyes as they like would make the rule followers among us a little more playful.
Yeah, I will do that. It's a very good observation.
Well said. Audrey, we have two of you now.
I'm having technical difficulties, so I'm switching over to another device. I couldn't hear on this first one for some reason.
All right, go ahead and switch.
Yeah, I saw Kate's mouth moving. And I'm thinking, is she talking? So it took a minute before I realized I was not getting any sound out of my laptop. Is this the time to give feedback? Thank you.
Yes.
It was very, yes. It was very calming. much needed before I got into the frenzy about the no sound, but it was one screen that said, listen to the small, still voice. And it said, it is not shouting, it's not demanding, it only invites. And reading that, and then it says, take a deep breath. Just that little thing right there just kind of grounded me. It just, I felt like I was deflating when it said, it only invites, which meant I have the option. It's an invitation. There's no demand placed on me at the moment, at that moment. So thank you. That was very, it's very quiet. I didn't know what to expect. But one of my goals, or one of the things I'm working on, is learning how to be okay with silence and just being in the space. So thank you for that practice. Inside it was a little something going on, but as time went on and as I began to read and focus on the words and then take the deep breaths, I was able to be okay with that silence in the moment. So thank you so much.
It's interesting to hear that, because it was so hard for me to wait the 20 seconds before each slide, because I had to wait 20 seconds. So I have to count it. 1, 2. And it's not easy. It's an exercise to be in a quiet place and to be silent. But I enjoy it. At the end, reflecting on the words, and of course on the images I put in the pictures of it. So for me, it was an exercise also.
Why did you pick 20 seconds?
Just I want to have time to think in the words, to be in peace, and to reflect, to make some reflections and what we are doing. Give us some time, some space, some quiet time, because we live in a world, you're just talking, and being in a quiet space is hard sometimes. I have that moment for these few seconds in a quiet time, listen or breathe, the way of breathing, maybe the noise outside. We put more attention than the refrigerator when it's running. The noises, those kind of noises that we cannot usually have it, but doesn't hear it. Okay, it's always been there in the house. The refrigerator running, it's always there, but sometimes we don't listen, because we don't have time to be in a quiet place. That's why. That's the reason.
And I want to add, it really helped me having that time. When I first saw the slide, I felt like I need to hurry up and read because I didn't know how long I was going to have to read. But once I realized I had that time, I could read it and then read it again and like reflect on the words and just really. So yeah, thank you for putting that time, that 20 seconds. It felt like more than 20 seconds, honestly. But I appreciated having that time in between each slide.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the length felt like. Like I would not have guessed 20 seconds if you had told me that, but hadn't told me. But I felt very much comfortable that you were facilitating, so I didn't have to pay attention to anything but the invitation. And that's nice. Sometimes we're in settings and we feel like we got to help the facilitator. We're not able to just be, but I was able to just be, and apparently, as Kate pointed out, be disobedient. but that was a blessing. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And so clearly there was nothing else that inhibited our engagement. So thank you. Um, I did receive a text from Alice, who's running late, so she will be joining us. And I'm trying to be still because I did something that put my camera out. So on a break, I'm going to make sure I tighten everything. And matter of fact, let's do that right now. Let's just stay in this Zen space and take a 10-minute break.
All right.
Wow, I feel better now than I did when we first started. Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, keep rolling.
I'm gonna be the first one.
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Right. This is gonna be my first verbatim report. Was made the 22nd, the last month. The religion is Christian. The location was CCU and 35 minutes. It's a male, 64 years old. Okay, this is my student learning. I want to focus on my personal care response in situation of sudden loss and deeply family grief. What is the learning issue? The main learning issue is how to be fully present with families who are overwhelmed by shock, regret, and unresolved family dynamics, while also providing spiritual and emotional support. How can your peers and certificate educators help you with this? Reflect on how I offer words of comfort and prayer, and whether they meet the family's immediate spiritual and emotional needs. Explore what it means to balance giving space for privacy and being available, pastorality available. Consider how to support families who express theological struggles, unanswered prayers, disappointment with God. Receive feedback on my pastoral presence, listening skills, and use of prayer in this critical moment. The outcomes. Outcome A. Okay, I'm gonna just go through this to go to the background. Introducing and settings. The pattern was a 20-year-old woman who had recently passed away. She had been struggling with alcohol and drug abuse for some time. Her father was the first family member present in the hospital room when I arrived. Standing over her body, deeply grieving, he had requested the support of a chaplain after being informed of his daughter's death. The room was dark and silent. The patient's body was still in the bed, covered with a sheet. There were no flowers, cards, or personal mementos in the room. The medical equipment was turned off, and there were no monitors or IVs running. Only the stillness of death. The air felt heavy, and the silence was broken only by the father's sobs. Shortly after, the mother arrived, crying, expressing her deep pain and grief. The father explained that the deceased's brother was also on the way. The mother was crying, clutching the deceased body. I left the room believing it was a sacred moment for them. I gave them the space to grieve the loss of family members. I give them a space alone as a family before returning late to offer words of comfort and guide them in prayer. This was the context that led me to meet this family. The hospital staff notified me that a chaplain was needed, and I responded to provide pastoral presence and spiritual support in their time of loss. My personal status. It was approximately 3 a.m. when my phone rang. Upon receiving the call, I felt a sense of urgency and weight, knowing that a young patient had just passed away. Upon arriving, I felt compassionate for the father's visibly plain and, at the same time, a deep sadness upon hearing his grief. I also felt a certain inner tension, aware of the family's disappointment with God and wondering how I could offer them spiritual support in the midst of their struggle. I approach prayerful, asking God to guide my words and my presence. I felt humbled yet challenged by the reality that the father's prayer for healing had not been answered as he had hoped. Spiritually, I leaned on my own faith. Leaned on my own faith, trusting that God's presence could be communicated even when the answers to suffering were unclear. It was during the workday I was alert, although I felt the emotional weight of the rapid transition from other calls to a crisis situation. My body carried a certain nervous energy, which I could control by breathing slowly before entering the room. In retrospect, I recognize that I began the visit with a mixture of compassion, sadness, and some uncertainty about how to respond to the family's grief. I didn't know but I didn't know this passion personally, so I didn't feel a personal connection. But I did sense the profound tragedy of her young and her parents' suffering. Pastoral plan. The primary purpose was to provide pastoral presence, emotional support, and spiritual care to the grieving family following the sudden death of their daughter. On the way to the hospital, I expected the family to experience intense grief, possible anger, and spiritual difficulties. I anticipate the need to listen carefully, offer words of comfort, and offer prayers when needed. I began planning my visit. I wanted to be a compassionate and reassuring presence in the midst of the crisis, create a space for the family to open, express their grief, and let a prayer that will bring comfort and hope without minimizing the pain of loss. I entered the room quietly and with great respect, recognizing the sanctity of the moment. I listened attentively to the father's history, feelings, and difficulties without judgment or interruption. When the deceased mother arrived, weeping, I gave them a few moments of privacy and left the room for a while, respecting the grieving process. After a while, I returned to the room to offer words of comfort and lead the family in prayer, maintaining a calm, compassionate, and understanding presence throughout the encounter. My pastoral visit, I'm going to need a help for the chaplain, father, and mother. It's only three. Take your pick, please.
Okay, I'll be the mother.
All right.
I can do CH.
I'll be the father then.
Okay. You can start.
Good evening. May I come in?
I knock on the door and ask permission to enter.
Yes, come in.
A faint voice was heard.
Hello, my name is Alfredo, and I'm hospital chaplain.
Chaplain, thank you for coming. My daughter just passed. I prayed so much for a miracle, but God didn't answer me.
I felt the weight of his disappointment with God. I wondered how to validate his pain without defending God.
I'm so sorry for your loss. I can see how deeply you love your daughter.
I wanted to affirm his love and presence, not focus on his theological strength yet.
I asked God every night to heal her, but nothing happened.
I felt sadness, sensing his prayer life had been intense. I wondered how to honor his faith while acknowledging his pain.
It sounds like you poured your heart in prayer, and that showed how much you care.
I wanted to affirm the value of his prayers without promising explanations.
She struggled with alcohol and drugs. I always tried to help her, but I couldn't save her.
I
It
felt
sounds
compassion. I felt compassion for his guilt and helplessness. I remember times in my own life when I wished I could fix someone else's pain.
It sounds like you did everything you could to support her. Your love was constant.
I wanted to relieve some of his self-blame and affirm his effort.
Her mother and brother are on their way. Can you wait so we can pray together?
Yes, of course.
I feel respected and trusted in his invitation. I agreed readily, knowing presence was important.
Yes, of course. I'll be here when they arrive.
I am committed to stay as long as they needed. The mother arrives, crying intensely. The family gathers. I step outside briefly to give them privacy. I felt torn. I wanted to comfort them, but I also knew they need private space to breathe. I pressed silence in the hallway. As I re-entered,
Why did this happen? She was so young.
her anguish pierced me. I felt powerless to explain and resisted the urge to give easy answers.
I don't have answers, but I can be with you in this pain.
I leaned into presence rather than explanations.
Hurts so much. I can't take this.
I felt her despair. I breathed slowly to stay grounded into the room.
Your tears show how deeply you love her. It's okay to grieve openly.
I wanted to affirm that her pain is valid. To mother,
I prayed so hard, but God didn't hear me.
I feel the tension between his faith and disappointment. I stayed quiet for a moment to honor the silence.
Sometimes in grief, it feels like God is distant, but God is here sharing in your sorrow.
I carefully named God's presence without dismissing his struggle.
I just want her back.
Her words were raw.
I hear your cry. Love like yours never ends, even though this love feels unbearable.
I tried to affirm her ongoing bonds with her daughter. The son arrived quietly.
I don't
The
know.
son said, I'm gonna say this is part of the song. I didn't know what to say the son. I noticed his discomfort. He seems unsure how to join in the grief.
Oh,
Now,
just being here is important. Your presence speaks love to your family.
I wanted to reassure him that his silence was okay. To all,
Would you like me to offer a prayer for your family now?
I felt the moment was ready for spiritual support. Family getting knowing.
Yes, please.
I felt humbled to lead them in a prayer senses in the sacredness of their truths.
What would you like me to pray for?
Invite the family to express their specific spiritual or emotional needs, foster the engagement and ownership of the prayer. Father,
Please pray that we can find peace and strength to get through this.
expressed his desire for comfort and resilience, acknowledging his need for spiritual support.
Pray that we can hold each other together and honor her memory.
Highlighted relational support and ongoing family connection, showed openness to spiritual guidance.
God of compassion, hold his family in their grief. Surround them with your comfort and peace. Grant them strength to support one another and honor the memory of their daughter.
Thank you so much for coming and for the prayer you said for us.
You're welcome. See you later, and may God give you peace.
Thank you for your support. So the analysis, the father experienced his daughter's death as both a personal and spiritual tragedy. He felt grief, guilty, and disappointment with God, believing his prayers for a miracle when answered. The mother expressed raw sorrow and despair, struggling to accept the finality of the loss. The brother was quiet and uncertain, yet his presence showed support. Each family member coped different. The father relied on his faith, the mother expressed her grief openly, and the brother offered relational support through presence. Collectively, they were open to chaplain's care and prayer. The feelings expressed including grief, longing, helplessness, and love, with the family showing vulnerability while remaining receptive to spiritual comfort. My own emotions. During this visit, I felt a mixture of compassion, sadness, and responsibility. I was moved by the father's pain and frustration with God, and by the mother's profound anguish. I felt empathy for their helplessness and a deep desire to offer them comfort. I also felt some personal tension, wondering if my words and presence would be enough to support them. I didn't know the potential I didn't know the patient personally, so I didn't feel attached to her as a person, but I did feel the tragedy of her young age, just as alcoholic abuse was one of the main causes of her death at her age. It reminds me of my times as an alcoholic. Spiritually, I rely on prayer and my trust in God's presence to guide me. Physically and emotionally, I was alert but aware of the weight of the situation. My primary feelings toward the family were ones of care and respect, seeking to honor their grief while also offering them a reassurance and supportive presence. My evaluation. During this visit, I believe my presence and listening were effective in creating a space where the family felt heard and support. By validating the father's love for his daughter and acknowledging the mother's grief, I helped them express their emotion openly. Offering prayer at the appropriate moment allowed them to experience a sense of spiritual comfort and connection. Allowing the family a private pause also shows respect for their need to grieve together, which strengthened their sense of agency and dignity in the midst of loss. However, there were moments where I could have responded more efficiently. For example, when the father said, I prayed so much for miracle, but God didn't answer me. I acknowledged his grief, but did not fully explore the depth of his spiritual struggle. I could have said something like that. It sounds like you feel abandoned and deeply disappointed that your prayer were answered, which might be have helped him articulate his feeling more fully. Similarly, when the mother expressed, I just want to her back, I could have reflected her longing more explicitly. You feel a deeply emptiness and wish you could have her here with you to show deeper attunement to her emotions. Overall, my involvement was compassionate and supportive, but greater use of reflection, statements, and explicit acknowledgement of unspoken feelings could have increased the effectiveness of my pastoral care. By naming emotions more directly, I might have helped them family process their grief more fully and felt more understood in the spiritual and emotional struggle. What am I learning? This experience helped me to recognize my capacity for presence and empathy in moments of intense grief. Professionally, I learned the importance of balanced listening, validation, and prayer, while allowing the family space to express grief without rushing or imposing solutions. I also realized how critical it is to reflect the family's unspoken emotions, especially when they struggle with theological questions or feelings of helplessness. Personally, I noticed that the father struggled with unanswered prayers, and my desire to comfort him resonated with my own experience of wanting to help loved once and feeling limited in my ability to do so. This brought up memories of my family of origin, where moments of grief and disappointment sometimes went unspoken. And, and I recognize a personal connection to the vulnerability expressed by the parents. Some issues did arise related to my goals for this unit. My goal of improving reflection, listening, and articulating unspoken feeling was challenged, as I realized that I could have named emotions more explicitly in the moment. This awareness has encountered me to develop greater attentiveness to subtle cues and to practice offering reflection that invite deeper emotional expression. Overall, the visits reinforce my commitment to pastoral presence, self-awareness, and the integration of spiritual care with emotional support. My spiritual assessments, I assess the family spiritual needs using the HOPE model, focus on their source of hope, religion's affiliation, personal spiritual, and how this influenced their experience of grief and care.
Alfredo, can I
Just,
ask you
I'm gonna
to?
finish that. Okay, it's too much, but I don't want to take more time. Do
I
you want
think
me
that
to read?
no, I think that's a good idea to give us a chance to have some conversation with you.
Okay,
Thank you for
perfect.
getting it to us too in a timely manner that allowed us to read it. So no, I agree with you.
All right, perfect.
I want to invite any feedback or thoughts that you all have. And I also want to invite Alfredo into a moment of role play. So that's why I'm interrupting you, Alfredo.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay, thank you. So Kate, Audrey, Alice, any initial feedback for Alfredo?
Well, I guess I will say the recall, the verbatim of the actual encounter is just absolutely wonderful. I mean, I'll probably want to talk to you later to see how you were able to actually capture it like that. It's I felt like I was there, with the family, and then your response as chaplain was just it's so enlightening, just really spot on to me from my view. And mind you, I'm a baby and I struggled. So this was I really enjoyed the presentation and how you put it together and the words you used and how you stepped in and out of the room and made yourself available. You took your cues from the family, from their feelings, their emotions. You allowed them space, and you knew when to do that. So I appreciate the example that you've given me with that.
Thank you, Andrew, for your words. And I hope I didn't go there. I find a couple of things that I have to fix it. But we're gonna discuss later because it's a lot of that I have to fix it. But Kate?
I too thought it was very beautifully written, Alfredo, and very tender and just a difficult situation all around. And your care for the situation and the people involved is very apparent in how you've presented this. And I think my favorite thing about it is just how you really pour yourself into the parentheses. It's kind of like a sacred space as you write. So I see the holiness with which you're trying to navigate this situation with a lot of tenderness in your parentheses. And actually, I learn from reading that with you here tonight. I think I could do better at that. And your modeling of it here is beautiful.
Thank you, Kate, for your comments.
Alfredo, this is very compassionate, given that, again, like everyone has said, I concur and relate to the comments that have been given you by everyone else. It's a very, again, I would say, like I've said to you many times, I'm glad that you were the one in the room with them at this moment. It's a moment that requires a lot of deep compassion, deep listening, and a presence that is silent, but a presence that they can feel is standing with them in that moment. And every single one of your response to the situation, yeah, is tender. I would say very tender and very appropriate for the time. Yeah, yeah. And again, I don't remember which one that you have said, but you yourself said a time will come for feedback. There's one there that is about prayer, and you no. There's I don't remember, but do you remember the part where you said
The prayer, or he wanted feedback on prayer?
no, there's
Okay.
not the prayer itself, but there's one thing where you say yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes in grief it feels like God is distant. Where is that? You just had it there.
This is a good time to remind us why it's so helpful to number so that we can call out the specific number as we're giving feedback. So number is
Right.
described in the handbook.
Right,
I
right,
want to affirm the
right,
value of his prayer
right.
without.
Yeah,
Oh,
now it sounds like you no, not that one. Sometimes it begins with sometimes.
let's see it.
But anyway, you were saying it feels like God is absent, but God is here with you, right? I don't know if that moment they wanted to hear that when they're feeling so much absence of God at that point. I do not know whether you needed to stay with them at that. Then, but again, maybe that's what they needed at that time. But when somebody is so much in pain that really feels this God I've been praying is not answering, the last thing they want to hear is say he's here with you when they don't feel it and they don't know it. Yeah, that is one thing I wanted to highlight. Again, from the verbatim, you also it's already clear that these are persons of faith, a particular faith tradition. I don't even did you say the faith tradition?
Christian.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, a Christian, but which denomination? Anyway, it might not
Okay.
be yeah, might not be important. Because in that sense also it is a moment when you want prayer to tap into the kind of rituals that most helpful to them. If we know exactly what kind of what faith perspective they are coming from, it might be very helpful in the kind of prayers that is done for them. But anyway, I just think I'm just glad you were there.
Okay.
Even feedback or no feedback, I'm just glad you were there because this is real raw situations that
Yes.
compassion is so needed, and you were there to provide that. So thank you.
Thank you for your feedbacks. Really appreciate it.
I feel like you've received feedback on all of the areas you identified in section 1 that you wanted feedback on. And I want to go to 5C when you evaluated your involvement and give you an opportunity to role play that and get some feedback. So section 5C, where you evaluate your involvement, Kate, I want you to be the father again and speak the words in the second paragraph in bold print. And then, Alfredo, try what you said. I wish I had done something else. And you talked about reflective listening. So try it
Yes.
in response to Kate now. Well, the Father.
I prayed so much for a miracle, but God didn't answer me.
Okay.
So you're the chaplain.
Yeah, my answer said it sounds like you feel abandoned and deeply disappointed that your prayer weren't answered. Am I right? So that can
I
be the
think
question.
very good. I think it's very helpful that you added, am I right?
Yes.
Why did you can stop screen share. Why did you add, am I right?
To give it to her the statement that she can answer or made her maybe I was wrong.
Very good. Yeah, maybe you
I
were wrong.
want her to affirm, okay, if I
Yeah,
am right or wrong, because
got
that
it.
is certain statements.
Okay,
She's the one who's gonna decide if it's right or not. And is right, he's gonna explain it was he's right. And if he's wrong, I can do right away the action, reflection, and change the action.
that's right. Okay.
If she say,
Can I
no,
offer you,
you
can I
are
offer you
wrong,
some feedback
exactly.
on reflective listening? And then I want you to try it again. Okay.
Okay.
So in reflective listening, you are basically repeating what they said without judgment.
Uh-huh.
You don't have judgment.
Okay.
Without advice, and you don't have advice, and
No.
without interpretation. And that's what you have in that statement,
Mm.
interpretation. So I would invite you to drop the interpretation and just repeat a portion of what they say, creating an opportunity for them not to correct you, but to go deeper with what they are feeling and saying. Does that
Mm.
make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so Kate is playing the father again, and you be the chaplain.
Okay.
I prayed so much for a miracle, but God didn't answer me.
Okay. I'm sorry that you feel that God didn't answer your praise. I'm sorry. I hear that God didn't answer your praise.
Kate, you can
That's
feel free to dialogue in the role play with Alfredo with what comes up for you as you're taking on this role.
So you want me to read again or respond
Don't
to
read.
Alfredo?
I want you to just respond to what Alfredo says. And Alfredo, I don't want you to read. I want you to try the reflective listening that you wanted to try.
Okay. Would you mind if we just start over again so my brain's
yes.
kind of clear? Is that
I
okay?
think that would be
Yeah,
great.
that's okay.
Alfredo said yes.
Thank you, Alfredo. I prayed so much for a miracle, but God didn't answer me.
I'm sorry to hear that God didn't answer your prayer. How do you feel about that?
I feel like God's not listening to me.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'll just add in, it's really helpful that you asked the question because when you said, I'm sorry, and then the thing, I was thinking about you. And I was thinking, well, shoot, what can I say that doesn't negate your sorry? And it took my attention away from the words. But then when you said, how do you feel? Then it gave me permission to excavate a little bit. That's just my feedback.
So the reflective listening is without interpretation, without judgment, and without advice.
Mhm.
So I prayed so much for a miracle, but God didn't answer me. I hear you saying that you prayed for a miracle. Stop. Or
Mm.
I hear you say God didn't answer you, because I'm so sorry God didn't answer you is interpretation.
Oh,
Even though they just said it, but now you're sorry. So you've added some
okay.
interpretation to it that it's something to be sorry for. They may, that's reasonable, but that may not be where they
Yeah.
are. So you hear it. So I hear you say God didn't answer you, or I hear you say you pray for a miracle. Each time you just stop, just one or the other, and stop. Try it.
Okay.
Okay, Father again.
I prayed so much for a miracle, but God didn't answer me.
I hear that God didn't answer your prayer. I hear that God didn't answer you.
I hear you say,
I hear you say that God didn't answer you.
Yeah, she died.
I'm sorry for your loss.
this is very difficult, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I'm making it worse. It's good
Yeah.
I didn't.
No, I'm sorry for your loss.
Very good.
Could be a difficult time for you.
Yeah. So you're wanting to give space for this very loaded theological reflection, and it is very difficult. And I so feel your compassion. So you stay with what they say,
All
and you
right.
hold the silence. You hold the silence. So, and that's what you're trying to do. And I think that's powerful. So you said God didn't answer. I hear you say God didn't answer you. And the way you say it is going to be as if you said, say more. And then they're going to say, she died. And you hold the silence. Don't interpret it. It might be powerful, but difficult to say, she died. And stop. No, I'm sorry. No, none of that stuff. Because if you're wanting to have the theological conversation, you just stop and let them have it. Does that make sense? And it's
Yeah.
awkward and filled with a lot of silence. And you
This
never
for
know
a
where
four
they're
unit.
going to go. Yeah, you never know where they're going to go. But I just wanted you to have a chance to role play it and get some feedback.
Yes.
Even with the next one where the mother said, I just want her back. See if you can do reflective
Yeah.
response to that without interpreting. The mother says, I just want her back.
I hear that you want her back.
Yes, I miss her already.
Mm. What do you miss more?
Okay, I'll go with that. I'll go there with that. What do you miss more? That's hard in that moment. And I might bring some energy to it, everything. Or I might go before the drugs and before the alcohol. Or I might, whatever. But that response invites further reflection without interpretation.
Okay.
And it's a wonderful way to make her think. Now she's got to think. So you sort of turn on the cognitive a little, and you're sort of pulling away from the mere limbic response, the mere emotion, which is valid. And in the moment, you sort of know where to go. Do you hear the difference between your reflective response
Mhm.
that you did right here
Yeah.
very well and the absence of interpretation, judgment, or advice? It's hard to do this. It's hard to do it right here now, too, when all of us
Yeah,
imagining.
because of my answer, I made interpretations
Yeah,
right here
yeah,
and right here.
yeah.
Okay.
Any additional feedback that you want to share with Alfredo? Well done, Alfredo.
Thank you.
So now none of us are going to do reflective listening. It's very hard, isn't it? And you never know where it's going to go. And you use your trauma-informed care skills to gauge if now is the time for this. And intuitively, you may know, Alfredo, you know what? Now isn't the time for this conversation. It was as I did. Just be present and support.
Mhm.
You'll know. But at least now you know for
Yes.
sure. Any other thoughts or comments? It's just as everything everyone else has said. So helpful. I had a simple curiosity. At the very end, you told them you would see them later. And then you
Yeah.
said, may God give you peace. What was
Yeah,
that?
I don't have to say that. I can tell you.
You don't have to say that?
No, yes, you're welcome. My God give you peace. That's all I have to say that.
Why do you say that now that you don't have to say that?
Because I'm not gonna see them anymore.
Okay.
Because after that, they have to leave the hospital.
Okay. What was going on in you that made you say, I'll see you later and may
You know
God.
what? Let me tell you why. Because I don't write it there, but in the end, when everything was done, the father came to me and asked me, "Do you remember me?" And I say, "No." And say, "A year ago, I came to the hospital because the alcohol overdoses, and you helped me going through. And I just want to let you know that I've been clear for the last year, and I
Wow.
just want to thank you for that time." And then I left, and I was thinking in that moment when I write down that, because the verbatim was I wrote later, making
Right.
reflection and memories and what they tell me and what I say to them.
Right.
And maybe that's why the reason I say see you later.
Yeah. Okay. And so now you're saying you would just say you're welcome.
Yes.
Very good. I think it's great that you asked them what did they want to pray for. I thought that was so powerful that they responded, each of them. Um,
Yeah, and I want to share something with you,
that's beautiful.
because sometimes in the pause, uh, of course, I made the pause for them, to
Mhm.
have the moment, but I also made the pause for myself,
Yeah.
because I don't know how to respond to them in that moment. And I use the past to make some reflections about my feelings, because I feel uncomfortable there, because I don't know what to do or what next. So I use the pause not only to let them, because what's good for them, give it to them some privacy.
Mhm.
I see the mom come crying, and then the brother came, and I noticed that they start, hugging one each other, and I feel myself like an intruder. So I decided to step up and give it to them that space and that moment, and was wonderful. But I also made that time for myself to take
Are
some.
you okay with that?
Yes, I think I need it. I think they need it. I think there's nothing wrong with that. To step out of the situation, take a deep breath, for the nervous, for the loud of the atmosphere,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah.
and get myself back together and get
And
into
be
the room
able
again.
and be able to offer the powerful presence you did I don't have answers, but I can be with you in this pain.
Yes.
What a tremendous gift in that moment. So I really want to honor your pastoral intuition
Thank
and
you.
your evaluation of, I wish I had done this or that. Your intuition might have nudged you towards that would not have been helpful in that moment.
Mm.
That's that unconscious competence. Yeah,
Yeah.
very well done. Very well done.
Thank you.
How are you feeling right now?
I feel more calm. One of the things I like to do first, because I cannot handle for a long time or period the heaviness of sharing my verbatim.
Yeah,
So I decided to just relieve myself of that responsibility in the beginning,
right.
and then I can hear yours and give it to you good feedbacks without that heavy lowness in my back.
Yeah,
And my thoughts were gonna say he or she doing something different than me, and they are better than me, and all those thoughts that come to our mind. But
right.
now I feel so confident to share with you and to take away all my mind this one and
Mm-hmm.
be fully present when you present your own verbatims, and I can give it to you a better feedback in that
Thank
way.
you. That's
Thank you for hearing me
awesome.
out.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Just flossing in the fourth unit. Go ahead. All right. Well, if there's no additional feedback or questions, thank you, Alfredo. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry for this morning, Donna.
Oh, yes. And I did let the group know you were running late. So they knew you were going to be coming late to group tonight.
I emailed you for this morning too that I overslept. Did you
Yes, I got that. I replied. I said it's that I replied. Yeah.
Oh, you replied? Yeah, I'm
Yes,
telling you.
I did. I
I
got
was
it. Thank you.
finishing a research article that had to go to the publisher, and I slept so late. Put the alarm, it rang. It really rang, but I didn't hear.
I understand. So, Kate and Audrey, you have survived your first verbatim presentation, even though it was Alfredo's verbatim in our group. And so I just want to check in. How you doing? Did you want to run after the break?
Mind blown.
Oh, is it in a bad way, in a good way?
No, it's a good way.
Okay.
Not knowing what to expect.
Right.
Not knowing what to expect and just, doing what I did. So it was very good. That was a good experience and with Alfredo, but it was really good watching you coach him through the rest of that, the reflective listening and explaining why that helped me a lot.
Good.
You'll
Well,
probably have to coach me too.
I'm taking the evidence. Well, no. He's fourth unit. Everybody else got you. um, but I'm taking that you came back as a good sign, Kate. We're still good. Okay. All right. Who would like to go next? And would like to is a genuine invitation. Whoever wants to go next.
Well, I guess I can go.
Take it away.
Okay, let's see. Let me. I'll say it is short and sweet. At least short. Okay, so you want me to just start and read down, right? Okay, the student's learning needs based on goals and why I'm bringing this verbatim. This was my first experience documenting and reflecting on a spiritual care encounter. The encounter took place with a young woman who appeared to be alone. I approached her with the pastoral intention of offering encouragement and instilling hope. I chose to bring this encounter because it aligns with one of my learning goals in this unit to develop and initiate spiritual care relationships with confidence and intentionality. My desire was to be present with her and to walk alongside her in whatever she was experiencing. The two indicators were, one was under spiritual care relationships, demonstrate the ability to represent one's role and function when initiating spiritual care relationships. During this encounter, my challenge was being fully present with the person, offering my time, attention, and compassion without distraction. I became aware of my comfort level as we sat in silence. My goal was to develop the ability to listen deeply to both spoken words and unspoken feelings. I was challenged with asking open-ended questions that may have invited deeper sharing. And the next indicator was to demonstrate knowledge and initiate use of empathy in spiritual care. During this encounter, my ability to sound or respond with empathy was challenged. My challenge was coming up with open-ended questions after I responded with, I understand. I am becoming more aware of my communication style and the need to practice even in everyday general conversations with family and friends. So the background, medically, patient admitted with acute upper GI infection, experiencing abdominal pain, nausea, and weakness. She was a young single person living alone. She states she is very independent and not accustomed to needing or asking for help. She identifies as Christian, but did not indicate any reliance on her faith. Her emotional and spiritual state: feeling physically weak, anxious about recovery, and distressed by her role reversal, being cared for instead of providing care. She expressed a strong desire to take care of herself. Pastoral plan and purpose of the visit. My purpose was to be present with the patient, to create space for her to express her feelings and to offer encouragement and hope through our encounter. I sought to enter the visit with openness, allowing the patient to share her emotions while I offered listening, support, and words of hope. The purpose of this visit was to walk alongside the patient in her current experience, offering a compassionate presence that invited expression and nurtured hope. I intended to provide a supportive pastoral presence where the patient could give voice to her feelings and receive encouragement and hope. That was my intention. Pastoral visit. The setting: the encounter took place in the patient's bedroom, the hospital room. The patient was lying in bed waiting for a call from her aunt, whom she had asked to bring her medication. She had spent the previous night in the emergency department and was admitted to her room around 9:00 a.m. At the time of the visit, the doctor had not ordered any medication, and the nursing staff were unable to administer medication brought in from outside. The patient was experiencing pain during the encounter. So with the dialogue, should we role play this? Why do you want to be the chaplain?
So would you like some support on the dialogue? So
I'll be your chaplain, Audrey.
I don't have a lot of in parentheses, so, but okay, thank you, Kate.
I can be the patient if you want.
Yes, okay, thank you, Alice.
Can
I'll just.
Can we make it larger, please? I have bad eyes.
Is that larger?
not really.
How about that? Now?
I will lean forward, no problem.
Click the plus sign one time if you can.
One more?
Very good. One more.
How about that?
Is that Alice?
Good, Alice?
That's good enough. Yeah.
Okay. It's not a long one, so okay. Kate, the chaplain, Alice, the patient, and I'll read what's in parentheses. Knox gently enters.
Hello, my name is Audrey. I'm one of the hospital chaplain interns. I just wanted to check in and see how you're doing today.
Lying in bed, holding her stomach.
Honestly, not too good. My stomach has been hurting so badly. They told me it's some kind of infection in my GI tract.
That sounds painful. It must be hard to get rest while dealing with that discomfort.
I try to drink water or eat, but it makes me feel sick. I just keep asking, why me? I don't usually get sick like this.
Nods, noting she was young and alone.
It sounds frustrating and overwhelming.
Wondering what to say next.
I feel weak, and I don't like relying on people to help me. I'm usually the one taking care of others.
That shift can be hard, going from being the caregiver to being cared for. It takes a lot of courage to receive care.
Silence for about 2 minutes. Tears welling up in Should have said in the patient's eyes. More silence. Searching for the right words.
What are you feeling now?
Softly.
I don't want to be here. I want my medicine. I'm used to being independent.
Silence. Searching for the right words or question.
I understand. Tell me about your support team. Who do you call for help or support?
Sits up a little bit.
My aunt and my co-worker. I'm waiting for my aunt now. My co-workers help me a lot.
That is great that you can identify where your support comes from. Is there anything I can do from a spiritual care perspective?
Yes. Can you please pray for me?
Trying to recall her faith.
Of course, prayer can offer a source of strength and hope.
Nods and looking down. Prays briefly, asking for God's healing presence, strength, and peace for the patient. After prayer,
Thank you. That helped so much. I feel a little better.
smile.
I'm glad you're not alone in this. You have been assigned a care who will be walking alongside you on this journey. I'll continue to hold you in prayer as well.
Smiling.
Thank you for coming.
Smiling back.
It was my honor. I'll check in again soon.
And that was a typo. It should have been, you have been assigned a care team. That's what they call them at Kaiser. So the analysis of the person, and so this is where my challenge came with this particular assignment. I just really didn't have a lot of understanding in what exactly I was supposed to do. So the analysis, as I wrote it, the patient appears to need emotional reassurance as she navigates the challenges of physical pain, along with spiritual affirmation that reminds her of her faith and God's enduring presence. She seems to benefit from encouragement in her role as caregiver, as well as permission to accept care without experiencing guilt or shame. Her spiritual resources include her Christian faith. However, I am not sure as to how active she is in practicing. Her desire to maintain her independence serves as a powerful motivator for resilience, and she shows openness in prayer with the chaplain as part of her healing journey. Pastoral and clinical concerns include her anxiety about being in the hospital and temporarily stepping back from her caregiving role, as well as possible feelings of helplessness and vulnerability that may surface amid her illness. Self-reflection. In this encounter, I believe I did well in creating a safe space for the patient to express her pain, frustration, and fears. I reflected on her emotions back to her, which helped validate her struggles with role conflict, and I was able to connect with her spiritual practice by offering prayer. Looking back, I recognize there are things I could have done differently. I might have explored her support system further, including family or her church community. I could have also asked how she experiences God during times of weakness, which may have invited deeper reflection. Additionally, I might have encouraged her to share specific prayer requests beyond healing, such as strength. Evaluating my involvement. This visit reminded me that caregiving characteristics are deeply spiritual. Many patients struggle not only with physical illness, but also with the loss of independence. My task as chaplain is to encourage the heart and offer an opportunity for hope to increase. Spiritual assessment. Based on the encounter, the patient demonstrates a spiritual foundation in her Christian faith. She finds strength and comfort in prayer and expresses openness in engaging in prayer with the chaplain, showing a desire for connection with God even in her current struggle. Her faith serves as a central source of hope and resilience, particularly as she draws meaning and purpose from her role as a caregiver. At the same time, her spiritual well-being is challenged by the stress of being in the hospital and the emotional weight of temporarily stepping back from her responsibilities. This creates moments of dependence, anxiety, and possible feelings of guilt or helplessness. Overall, her spirituality remains a significant resource for coping with illness, while also presenting areas where chaplain support can affirm God's presence, encourage her, and reassure her of the value of receiving care with dignity and without shame. Theological or spiritual reflection. This encounter highlighted themes of dependence, vulnerability, and God's sustaining presence. The patient's identity as a caregiver created tension with her current reality of needing care. Spiritually, she wrestled with why me, which is a common question when experiencing trials. Her requesting prayer reflects her faith in God's healing. From a theological standpoint, in my opinion, her struggle mirrors Paul's word, and I don't know maybe why I decided to put a scripture in here. 2 Corinthians, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. This passage usually offers hope to those who have faith in God and relies on the Holy Bible for instruction or direction. Illness opened a space for her to experience God's presence and vulnerability, reminding her she is beloved and not just for what she does, but for who she is. And this particular area here was a real challenge for me, so I spoke very general. There are many issues a Hispanic woman in the hospital may face. Language barriers and cultural misunderstandings can lead to miscommunication between her and her healthcare providers, potentially affecting informed consent and treatment decisions. I did not identify any ethical or social issues in my engagement with the patient. And then future plans, return for follow-up within 48 hours to check on emotional and spiritual state. Next visit, explore her spiritual community or church involvement for ongoing support. Continue to provide prayer, listening, and presence as she processes her illness and healing journey. The goal was to provide the patient with encouragement and hope. The chaplain wanted the patient to know that she was not alone and she has a care team that is here to support her. The end.
Thank you, Audrey. Feedback and reflection and curiosities for Audrey.
I'll just observe with admiration and respect that Donna just reminded all of us to be adept with silence, and your verbatim expresses that several times. Your comfort with silence, your ability to sit in silence, your ability to let someone else be silent, and the gentleness with which you move through and beyond that. So that was something I just really noticed in lieu of our most recent teaching, and just wowza for your first verbatim. That's pretty awesome that you nailed that one right out of the gates. Well done, Audrey.
Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kate.
Yeah, I concur. If there are too many silence there, I wish I do a lot of silence. Trust me. It's like just feel like no silence are too many. But you really already exemplify that, and I want to really say congratulations for your first verbatim. You did terrific. You did a lot of mirroring too. And also having this reflective thinking in parentheses is like you will not think it's your first verbatim. I only know it's your first verbatim because it's shorter, but otherwise you really capture what a verbatim should look like. So good job.
Thank you.
Very good, Andrew. I can say that you were fully present there, and your awareness about yourself is amazing because that quiet time tell me about the awareness about yourself, always searching for the right thing to say in the right moment, which is really good. This is your first verbatim. I know how hard it is to do the first one, and try to articulate and try to remember what they say, what I'm saying. But you're really doing a really good job. You've been there, okay? You give it to her some affirmations, which is what was really good. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you, Andrea.
Wow, thank you so much. All of you guys, thank you so much. This was a very good experience. I'm so glad I had the experience, but it was very, very challenging. One thing I learned is that I have to I have to practice listening. Just taking in what the patient has said and remembering that even when doing this, but also when I'm doing my charting, because I have to chart, after meeting with the patient. And so as I was working on this exercise, then I started thinking globally, like, you need to really listen and take those keywords and key phrases. And those are the things that I need to reflect even in the charting. So I really appreciate this. This was I don't want to say it's very, very challenging for me. Very challenging.
Well done. I want to invite you to share more with us that moment. I think it was C10, when you tell the patient she has been assigned to a care team. What was going on with you and what were you hoping for in that moment?
Yeah, you catch everything. Yeah, at that moment, I was feeling something for the patient. She was young, she was alone. She had been in the emergency room all night alone. When the referral came in to the chaplain's office from the social worker, it was, as soon as possible, can we get someone here, because she's by herself and she had been by herself. So I just felt like I needed to reassure her. The nurse was coming in, and I know that they were waiting for me to finish with her so that they can come in and start doing stuff. And so I'm hearing all of this going. So I knew that it was time to end the visit, but I wanted to reassure her that you're not alone, that you have been assigned a team. And when I said, I think I put on there within the next 48 hours, but typically when we get that type of referral, we go back. That, before we leave, there's a check-in with that particular patient. Of course, we can't do that with every patient, but she would have been one who we would have said, let's check back in with her before we leave. Or if we wasn't able to do it, first thing in the morning, she's going to be, our priority. I didn't get a chance to review her history, so I didn't know. Normally, in those cases with the young people, there's always somebody with them. It's in the few weeks that I've been there, it's been rare to find a young person just admitted in the room by themselves. There's normally a friend, a family member, a husband, a mother, a father, or whatever in the room with them. And the social worker had even noted that she was alone. And then I noted the same thing. So I just felt like I needed to reassure her that she wasn't alone, and that there's also kind of warn her, there's a whole group of people coming in here, because, there'll be x-ray, there'll be lab, there'll be, I didn't go into detail, but I just wanted to reassure her that there's a team of people that has been assigned to provide support for her. So, and you asked me what I was feeling.
Yes.
I
Very
printed this
good.
house. Let me find a word for what I
Also
was
want to
feeling.
also invite Alice and Alfredo and Kate. What are you hearing as well as you?
I have a thought, and it's a question for you, Audrey. So just using this example that Donna mentioned, where you brought up the care team, where did you identify in all of it? Like,
In the care team.
would you have put yourself with the care team? Would you have put yourself with her? Would you have put yourself kind of in a separate? I'm just curious how you kind of saw
Yes.
your dynamic.
I identified myself as part of the care team. As part of the care team, as far as her spirituality is concerned, or her spiritual care. If you need, something. And well, when I asked her, is there anything I can do for you? The first thing she said was, can you pray for me? And so that would be my role. If she had said something with nursing, I would have said, there's a nurse assigned and I will let her know that you need her. One of the things, and I'm learning this at Kaiser, this is a whole new experience being in this medical setting for me at Kaiser. They encourage team. It's a team and everyone is a part of the team and everyone has a role. Every team member has a specific role. They share that with the patient up front, even in the emergency room. It starts off with, this is your care team, and their names are listed, in that patient's area, so they'll know who's part of their team.
Audrey, what were you trying to communicate
To the patient?
beyond the literal information? You have a care team, which she is quite aware of. What were you trying to demonstrate, share emotionally, spiritually in that moment?
I think I was just trying to reassure her that help is coming. I know that she was in pain. The nurse had, just before I came in, had given her medicine back and said, I'm not allowed to give you this, because she had her own medication with her. And the doctor hadn't ordered her medicine. So I had a chance to witness a little bit of that interaction with the nurse. And I just saw the look on her face when the nurse gave her the medication back, and I knew that she was in pain. So I think I was just trying to reassure her that there's a team of support. Help is coming, help is on the way. And the nurse did say, the doctor's doing the order right now. And then I saw the nurse waiting for me to finish coming in. So the nurse may have had medication for her. I don't know. But I think I just wanted to reassure her that help was coming. Yeah.
How would it feel to embody help is here? It's you. It's the chaplain. It's not on the way. It's here.
Yeah. Yes. Help, yes. Help is here. That was what I wanted to do. I wanted to provide help and hope, and that's what I was doing. Yeah. So now that you mentioned that, there was kind of a double standard. I said I was part of the team, but then I said they're on the way. So that was kind of sending a double message. Yeah, I get that. It's here. It's funny, you saying that my goal is to help. So I need to see myself as the help. And just embracing that right now, just seeing myself as the help frees me to just be able to be in the moment and in the present. I'm the help, I'm here. Yeah, thank you for that.
I just been curious, Andrew. What was the first thought or feelings came to you when you heard the social worker in a hurry say, she's alone? What was the first thought or feelings that came to you when you heard that?
The first thought,
Yes, or feeling the
well, from a spiritual care perspective, my first thought when the social worker called, and normally the referrals will come in via email. When they call, that's saying if we can get somebody as soon as possible. So when she said she's alone, my thought was, I just need to get there. I just need to pay a visit. I think, and I didn't have a lot of opportunity to look at her chart, to really know. I could see in her room like what her diagnosis was and things like that, but I didn't look at her chart, didn't know her history. So her being so young, kind of, young and alone, I think kind of threw me off. So I just immediately felt I need to give her hope. I need to encourage. I think also I immediately like put myself in her shoes. Like, how would I feel if I was in the hospital, in pain, hurting, and no one's here? So not knowing her circumstance, her family, her history, or why no one was there, I really don't know. But I think I just felt like I needed to give support and encouragement.
Nice. All I can say that you can share in the verbatim your feelings. I feel sad, I feel upset, in the moment. When she's sharing you and when you're sharing her, it's gonna be good also. It's gonna help you to navigate your feelings. Uh, like, how do you feel when you are looking for the right word to say it? and you didn't find in yourself. How do you feel about that? And when you share in the verbatims your feelings, not only what you saw in her, but the feelings you have at the moment, it's gonna help you a lot to be aware about your own feelings. Like, for example, I was so tired when I got this message, and I have to be there, and I don't know what to say. So those feelings make you aware about your own feelings, and make you think that it's not about you, it's not about you are tired, about you feel lonely. It's not about you have to go home. It's about them in that moment, and it's gonna help you to be aware. So it's gonna be good if you share your feelings and you make a reflection about your own feelings in that moment.
Thank you, Alfredo. I wondered about that too. I didn't want it to be about me. And so I was wrestling with that. Do I put what I feel? Do I,
What's the it? You didn't want the verbatim to be about you, or you didn't want the visit to be about you?
I didn't want the verbatim, I guess you can say, to be about me. I didn't know if it would, now I know, because of how you wrote yours, Alfredo, that helped me. So I understand why it's very helpful to put your feelings in there, because you are absolutely correct. You become more aware, and I will definitely, I received that, and I am definitely going to incorporate that into my next one. I think it's also going to help me. Being aware of my own feelings is going to help me with understanding what the patient is feeling too.
I don't have your verbatim in front of me. Can you remind me how you entered the room?
I knocked. The door was open, but I still always knock. And she gave me eye contact the moment I came in, and I introduced myself. And I believe I opened up with just, with who I am, and I'm doing rounds, check on, just want to know how you're doing. Sometimes I knock and enter, and I'll ask, are you, after introducing myself, are you up for a visit? In this case, I didn't open up that way because this was a referral with the social worker, and I didn't want to give her a chance. I didn't want to say, are you up for a visit? And she said no, and I said, okay, so I have to leave. So I just thought I'd open up with the question, how are you doing?
I'm imagining that had some impact. I don't know. That's why I say I'm imagining. I'm curious
Yeah.
that impact. And I wonder, I'm not sure, I wonder how the tidal wave of She's alone, she's alone, she's alone, she's young, she's alone, she's alone. Impacted your ability to just be present and find out what she needed, which eventually you did say to her somewhere down the line, how can I, or is there anything I could do to support you today? You did. That's a lot. I just want to make you aware of it. I think that's a lot to bring. I got a call. It's a referral. I'm new at this. I got to get in here. She's alone. She's alone. She's alone. And let me go in there. You are alone, but you got, I mean, you didn't say that, but you're carrying all that in there with you. And I'm imagining it's impacting what's going on with you in that moment.
I tell you, it was, this is why I believe I did the verbatim. It was in my head. I knew I was not gonna be there today. And I was just thinking, like, who's gonna check on her? Like, I had to really make myself let it go. Like, you did the best you can do. You had a visit. You have to let it go. But yeah, it was very important for me to spend that time with her. So that, for that moment, she wasn't alone because I was there. And then I really had to intentionally work at letting it go.
Audrey, I just want to say we all have been there. It's like you read everything, you're like, I gotta be the one to get there and check the box. And honestly, that's just part of, I'd say, the first wave of learning all of this. And then you kind of learn to step back and see it's wave after wave. And it goes really, really up and down for a while. So I just commend your heart and I commend your love for your work. And you just are where you are and you're doing your best. And that is part of growing and learning. And it happens to the best of all of us. It really does.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate, for sharing that.
The really thing is also the mother in you, though. The mother that wants to shield, wants to make sure the child doesn't hurt, that to make sure the child is not lonely. And I think this also has to do with something about also your orienting system. That is, it plays a lot about it, and it's not something you are going to shield yourself from that immediately. It's going to take more than 4 units to do that,
Right.
So somehow, yes, you have to let it go, but somehow give yourself grace. Don't think it's something that you can let go like that. I'm just giving you an example. For me, I give myself grace when I cannot let it go, but I said with time it will happen, right? So it's just like we are formed and reformed every day into what we are called to do, and God Himself equips us, and and it's like when I say break me, mold me, fill me, use me, constant breaking. But
Right.
it's really a good thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to remind myself when I get like that God can do it without me. So I do my best and then just have to,
And then let Him
leave
do
it to God for the rest of it. It's humbling, but I
Except that
actually have to think that.
But except that you are God's feet, you are God's hands, He's no longer here. So there's a tension between knowing that it's like I leave my spirit until the work of God is done, which is you have to do that work. But at the same time, God does His work too. But the tension is always there. And I'm glad we are human, though.
Yeah.
I'm glad she was not alone. I'm glad you were there. I'm so grateful, as has been mentioned, for the silence and your demonstrated care in staying with her in the silence. And I noted all the things you said you would do differently. I hope you don't try them all at one time. And how are you feeling now? You've completed your first verbatim.
I'm actually feeling pretty good. This was intimidating and challenging. Just the writing of it, and the at one point I said I felt like kicking myself because of I said, did I really go from here to here? Like, did I really do that? But this has been an awesome experience. I know we have to do another one. I believe my experience in that second one will be different than this one. Now I know what notes, what information I need to make sure I have so that when I'm writing this, I'm trying to remember like who said what, and I really, really appreciate the feedback, everyone. Honestly, that is the only way I'm going to learn. I like to learn, and I want to do things right. So I just love to hear suggestions and your feedback and your comments and your. I don't like, yeah, I like to do things right. Let's put that way.
Audrey, I can tell you, I think, and Donna can speak to that. I mean, everybody else, I don't go into in pastoral care without a notebook. Besides, I don't have not even mentorship. I've never done it without a notebook.
Mm,
So it really helps me to jot things down. I write pretty fast anyway, but it helps me to jot things down because you will never be able to remember every conversation,
hey,
In order to at least capture. For me, I jot things down by default. Otherwise, I don't have that kind of brain that would just remember verbatim what a conversation is if I don't jot down stuff.
thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Yes, I do the same. I take notes when I've been in the passion. Use a keywords that make me remember the conversation. But it's nice. As you see, I always been in this class with the spirit of I'm gonna learn something today. Could be first unit, second, third, or fourth unit. We always have a space to grow. That's why we bring our parents. I bring mine with expectation that you to give it to me feedbacks to growing. And I have the same expectation every class. Even though I hear good things, thank you for that feedbacks. Let me just follow up but never lose the spirit, the expectation. I have all the same expectation when I enter into the room. God, what you want me to give it to me, what I'm gonna learn today, with every passion I to the sense. The expectation that God teach me something, show me something different. And I always do that. And trust me, I see 180 patients per month. 180 patients per month. I consult in the hospital. And I'm still learning. You know?
And I told my students yesterday that you'll be formed and transformed till death do you part. That is the real death do you part. The rest one will be broken, but that one, I'm just concurring with what you just. I was shaking my head and saying, "Yeah, that's true." They said
Yeah.
to the husband, I said, "Yes, you will be."
Yes, that's where I have to take notes in each one of the encounters I have the visit with the patients. And there are so many because we have trauma once in the hospital. So in a weekend, I may can have up to 6 or 7 trauma ones in a weekend. Because we cover the whole country. No, yeah, because we cover from San Luis Obispo to San Barbara, all the traumas. It's a lot, and we are just 5 chaplains for 300 beds. And like today, I have to be in the hospital by myself. But I do what I can do. That's it. And I have to be aware about my feelings, okay? And self-care as the more is important, the more important thing I'm doing in the hospital settings is self-care. Not even take care of the patients. Self-care is the more important for me in the hospital.
That's a perfect transition to our self-care exercise. Audrey, I want to affirm. I asked you how you felt. The first word was a feeling. The rest, you went back to thinking. But I want to affirm you did name a feeling. Encourage you to do that more and more. And 1 down, 3 to go. Enjoy your 30 minutes.
Thank
See
you.
you in 30 minutes. Well done. Well done. You guys hanging in there? Who would like to go next? As Alfredo and Audrey just relax.
I can go.
Okay.
So one small caveat is my Lenovo machine, which is a better machine, has a problem with the Zoom app and it goes black randomly. I've lost you guys on it before, so I'm on my work computer, which is an Apple, but the document formatting is not amazing. So my apologies. We can try to make this as big as possible. Let's see. And just increase the size because that's about the best I can do here. Does that work? Can everybody kind of see that decent writing size? Yes, no.
I can see it. How about others?
Okay.
I would have loved a little bigger, but that's fine. I will lean onto the computer. That's fine.
All right. Let me know if I need to change. Okay. So details at the top. This is with an inmate, male. He was about 30, 40 years old. He identifies as he, him. He physically and his name is Vietnamese. Gang-wise, he identifies a little bit differently, but I'll leave that out of the context for this one. So this is my second visit with him, and it was cut short. And ultimately, I went back for a third visit to kind of round things out. But what I'm really hoping for, as I share with you, is I think that my instincts as a chaplain are good, but I don't always choose the right words to say. So I'm just hoping that you can kind of walk me through maybe my word choices. There's one in particular that I think kind of derailed things here, and maybe you'll see more than one, but because the conversation was cut short, it really stuck with me in a way. So I'm just hoping kind of for a little bit of language. That's one thing I really appreciate about this group in particular, is amazing language. Outcome indicators, spiritual values-based orienting systems, empathy indicator, and communication and style trauma-informed approaches. So those were three things I kind of tried to think about, is just orienting system, empathy, and trauma-informed. In this case, it was very present. I wait for him in interview room 2, an interview room with stark fluorescent lighting and dirty white cement block walls. There's a table with 2 chairs on either side of it. I sit closest to the door. He will sit on the side with the giant metal handcuff loop. He won't be cuffed for this interview as it's not a level 4 facility. He knocks respectfully on the door, unusual. Most men just walk right in, and shakes my hand. His body is covered, and I mean covered, the entirety of his face with tattoos. Gang affiliation, indicative of a hard life. Gregory Boyle's Tattoos on the Heart speaks in detail about this if you'd like to learn more. But in the world of gangs, if the face is covered, usually there's a lot of hard behind that. I spoke with TT last week. The referral came from mental health, who asked me to visit. In our space, due to a lack of resources, our mental health team handles acute care, suicidal, homicidal, etc., but passes grief support on to our chaplain team. I have a team of chaplain and layman volunteers I'll send to inmates for regular faith support. But when I get a new referral from mental health, it's always my practice to go for the first visit and resource the inmate from there. TT showed his death in my referral note. After our first conversation, I learned that not only has his life been full of death, normative for gangs, but that his best friend had died not long ago. This death was not gang related. They'd gone on a family trip to Tahoe and been playing in the water together when a rogue current pulled them under. TT had managed to escape it. His friend did not. He was haunted to breaking point by nightmares of the event, survival's guilt, and the pain of not saving his friend. He watched him sink. He watched the rescue team pull his body from the water. TT also has trust issues. During our first visit, he was straightforward, transparent, and vulnerable because, as he told me, he doesn't see another option for dealing with his pain at this point in his life. After our first conversation, I determined to visit him a few more times. I've done this with other challenging cases before transitioning them to a regular volunteer chaplain. It's important to find a healthy match for someone receiving faith counsel. I don't usually visit the same inmates repeatedly. My goal is always to care for them while they're in crisis and then hand them off to a regular volunteer while staying loosely connected. This works well when the inmate comes to trust me as a stepping stone in an ongoing chaplaincy care plan. This guy had been through a lot and didn't really fall into a given faith bucket. So that was part of my decision. This verbatim is about my second visit, which was cut short, as you will see below. Pastoral plan, I just want to get him talking about everything, affirm his feelings, understand how he sees his connection with his friend now, learn about his spirituality, and gather information about how we might work together to develop his spirituality as one tool to support him in this time. And I will say, I don't think I typed it here, but nightmares was the reason that he reached out to mental health. He just wasn't sleeping and he was having terrible nightmares. So that was kind of what we talked about the first time. And he shared the whole story. So then I need some volunteers.
Taking the chaplain.
Okay, thank you.
My eyes are really blurry. If Audrey, you can, please.
I know. I was trying to see with glasses on or off. Like,
Yeah, let's
okay.
see if I can make.
Is that a?
I can try. I don't know that I can make it.
What's the eye? Is that the inmate?
Yeah, eyes.
Yeah,
Let me see if I can. Does that help?
Oh, that's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
If you like want to go, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, and then the deputy only has one line at the end.
Okay, I can do the inmate.
Okay.
So I should do deputy? Is that the third person? Okay.
So Alfredo is the chaplain. Audrey is the inmate, and Alice is the deputy. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
And can I get clarification before you start? It says inmate 1 or I1 and then I3. Was there supposed to be an I2?
No, I just did the old numbering convention I had to use last time. I didn't check to see if that's changed.
Okay.
I saw Alfredo's was different and yours was different, but you can just count the I's and the C's as part of the dialogue for now.
Okay.
So take it away, inmate.
Hi, chaplain.
Shakes my hand, sits across from me.
How are you?
I'm okay. Thanks for asking. And thanks for coming out to see me.
You said you'd come back. I was waiting.
His body appears relaxed, but I can see tension in his neck and jaw, and his eyes keep jumping to the window. Oh, behind me. People are walking back and forth down the hall. He keeps his friendly face mask and occasionally flashes a wave to someone on the other side of the glass. Inmates and deputies move back and forth. There's no real privacy in this space, so guys keep their guard up. I smile and keep my eyes on his face, deliberately keeping my tone gentle, body position relaxed with the hope of communicating safety.
Where will you like to start today?
I don't really know.
That's okay. May I start by asking you a question?
Yes.
You should share about your friend's death last time. I've been thinking about him. I am curious. What did you love most about C?
I've intentionally used his friend's name, hoping to humanize all of it. TT's eyes and face soften, and he tells me a story about a time this guy took care of him.
It sounds like you two have a special connection. How do you understand your connection now, after everything that's happened?
It's funny you ask. I've never really talked about it with anyone, but he and I always talked about signs. When I'm out in nature, I feel connected with him. Like I've seen a lot of crows lately, and I keep wondering if he's trying to tell me something through crows.
He talks for a bit longer about experiences outside that he's connected with his friend, and I can see he's glad to reminisce. His body relaxes and his gaze is steady.
What a beautiful perspective. A lot of faith traditions connect animals with meanings.
I happen to have a magazine about animals in my bag, so I pull it out.
You can go out in natural while you are here, but maybe this magazine can be helpful resource as you process your thoughts about sea.
He stares fixedly at the cover.
It's a coyote. You brought me a picture of a coyote.
Is it that important to you?
We went on this hike together right before he died, and there was this coyote. C had some rotisserie chicken, and he gave it to the coyote. It was funny giving this coyote store-bought chicken, and the coyote just hung out with us and ate the whole thing. We sat and watched him together. In a way, it felt scary, but it also felt really amazing. We joked a lot about that coyote.
How curious. I had a pile of magazines to pull from the morning, and for some reason I chose this one to bring to you. I wonder if that could be assigned to in other way.
I deliberately work this language out as I'm speaking, as I have the sense that connections like this give him comfort. If awareness of signs contributes to his healing, I want to try and bring that into our dialogue in healthy ways. He takes the magazine subdued. All his attention is on the picture, then on my face. He's no longer paying attention to the hallway behind me. I take this as a good sign.
Thanks for bringing this, Chaplain. It means a lot. Maybe it would help me when I'm too emotional.
Too emotional. These words catch my attention. I hear judgment.
Too emotional? That's an interesting way to describe yourself. I am curious, what does too emotional feel like inside you?
As a kid, I always had to be a man, even when I wasn't. Now my dreams about C are beyond horrible. I wake up every night wanting to scream or cry, but that would be wrong.
Oof, he's quite hard on himself. To move forward with our dialogue about processing his emotions, I want to better understand if he's uncomfortable with emotion in general, or if his critique is directed mainly at himself.
Will you explain what you mean by wrong? Are you against crying for yourself or for people in general? For example, if I were to cry, how will that might make you feel?
Confused.
Shoot, I believe my extra words here have shifted his focus from sorting through his feelings over to me. I've lost something in our conversation, just a thread, but I feel it acutely. And on top of that, the deputy chooses this exact moment to knock on the door. Alice,
Deputy.
this one's you.
Alice, you were on mute.
So I was reading in muted. Okay. Chaplain, we've just gone into facility lockdown. We need you to end your conversation.
I turned to TT.
Thanks for talking with me. I'll come back so that we can finish your conversation, if that's okay with you.
He nods. We shake hands and leave. So, analysis overall, the conversation was great. The previous conversation and the follow-up conversation, which I had the next day, felt like they went great. The inmate seems to have felt connected with me enough to press into discomfort and continue to reach out. They can decline if they don't want to keep talking to us. They don't come out. So I did not mess up that badly. In my mind, it feels much worse. I'm terrified of breaking a person who is both vulnerable and trusts me. So maybe this is the crux of why I chose this verbatim. Recall your own emotions in the visit. Nothing out of the ordinary, stable, compassionate, observant. I understood this guy was a harder case than many going in, but I always really appreciate the goodness and unpredictability of that. So I felt like I was in my element. Evaluate my involvement. I wonder, why did I bring myself into the example in a way that to me felt like it derailed him and his attention to his own emotional needs? How could I have articulated my line of thinking better? Is there another way to think about this segment of our conversation? Is there something I should notice that crept in at this stage or that I should be aware of going forward? And then 5D, as I mentioned it above, but now that I'm paying attention, not so much to my flaws, but to my overarching ability to face challenges with grace, I see I'm a good chaplain. I wonder if the wholeheartedness that makes me such a good chaplain, all in, also creates weaknesses along the way. And when a scenario is moving quickly, I don't see the weaknesses in time to adjust my language. Maybe like a slow down, stop before I speak. And again, I was just trying to kind of think this through on my own, but I'll be glad to hear what you all have to say about it. I can keep going. I genuinely love working with people from other faith backgrounds and value systems. It enriches my chaplaincy. And the other thing I notice is that the harder a situation seems, the calmer I get. I tend to have a lot of compassion and grace, and I can feel extra protective, not in a rescue way, more like using my authority to create safe space in this crazy jail space where really there's not a lot of safety and space for people to process things. And then theological and social justice, I wrote about Father Boyle because, again, when you just deal with some of these guys who have really challenging gang backstories, there's a lot of awful in it, but a lot of ways to look at a human besides how they appear on the outside that are just really precious and revealed quite often in spaces like this in ways that engender respect and compassion. So that's it.
Could you scroll back up to the dialogue?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, let's give Kate some feedback or express curiosity, etc. Thank you, Kate.
Mm.
I guess I'll go. The first thing that caught my attention that I really appreciated was your pastoral plan. And it was simply, I just want to get them talking. And that spoke volumes to me because it's saying, have a goal, first of all, in mind when you're planning to visit, but it doesn't have to be an elaborate 3 or 4 step plan. Just whatever it is, just know what your goal is and then be able to articulate that on paper. So I appreciate you just candidly putting it down like that. I also can relate to this environment because this was the environment that I worked in. And I like, well, just looking at the verbatim on how the conversation went, I agree, you are a good chaplain. I could agree with that. I also can identify with when you're wanting, you wasn't ready to close it because you wanted to get back and then you knock on the door and you got to cut everything. So I'm just wondering, how did you feel at that moment? And like, what'd you do next?
I felt, just because it came right after that question that I phrased poorly, and his response was confused, and that was the hanging point of leaving. And I felt bummed, anxious, some combination thereof of like, oh, dang it, I won't have a chance to set it right. And of course you have to go. We don't have any choice.
Right.
It says go, you go. And so part of me was just cataloging, keep the outer space calm, like keep the tone friendly, do my best to come back. But then the other part of me is just worried because sometimes in jail you have a plan, like you want to come back and you just can't come back. Things don't work out.
Right.
And so I was pretty sure I'd get back to see this guy because I know he's in there for a good chunk of time, but at the same time, you just never know. So I was a little bit bugged that I had left it hanging in a space that wasn't, what's the word? That just seemed like it had taken him away from where we were moving in the overall tone of the conversation. Somehow small, but I noticed it or I felt it, and maybe it was just me.
Right.
I really, really love the moment in C12, that conversation from the that shows so much empathy to, and then it is, for me, it's really very beautiful. A lot of faith tradition cannot connect with animal in meaningful ways. I happen to have a magazine about animal in my bag, so I pull it out. You can't go out in the nature while you're here, but maybe this magazine can be a helpful resource to you as you process your thoughts about sea. I really love that. It's heart-wrenching to say you can't go out, even to the nature, you just can't go out. You're confined in this space, restricted in this space. But then you bring nature to him in the form of a magazine. And which, again, obviously the conversation continues. And he said, I had a pile of magazine to pull from this morning, and for some reason I chose this to bring to you. I wonder if that could be a sign in other way. I just love that. That is empathy exemplified. And I love the tone of your verbatim, Kate. Is how long have you been working there?
At this facility now about 2 years. In jail chaplaincy longer, but here 2 years as a men's chaplain, specifically 2 years.
Your approach, your word, and I guess this is a normal conversation how you speak with that. It's really empathetic. It is really thoughtful, I would say, without reflecting before speaking. I love it. I really love it. And it's tailored for that. You could hear you speak a chaplain in jail, right? The language contextualized for that space and words carefully chosen for that space, right? And even though in is that C or what the number where you say it gets confused? I don't think it was even a negative confusion. You might think, oh, I break something here, and it looks like you got worried, but I don't think it was the. But let me explain why you mean wrong, because he had just said, I wake up every single day wanting to scream or cry, but that would be wrong. And in your question, essentially asked, I will explain what you mean by wrong. Why is it wrong to cry? Are you against crying or people in general? Yeah, it's true that maybe you would have stopped. Will you explain what you mean by wrong and stop there? Maybe. But again, it was an inviting question because it's like he wants to scream, he wants to cry. And I think where you're drawing at is it's okay to cry. Again, I'm interpreting you. I don't know what you felt there. I think you're getting at it is okay to cry, you know. The last part, are you against crying for yourself or for people in general?
I was asked that question. Ask your curiosity. You said, I think you're getting at it's okay to cry. Why don't you ask, Kate, is that what she's getting?
Yeah, is that what you are getting at?
I felt like he thought crying wasn't okay. And that was part of why I think I ended up asking so many questions, is I wanted to figure out what about that felt not okay to him. But you're right. I think it would have been simpler if I just shrunk my question right down instead of asking 3 in a row. So maybe something like, why would that be wrong?
Yeah, and you actually said, I believe my extra words here have shifted the focus. And the extra word, again, add the extra words, the words that comes after wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. As I do this, I think the extra words are just too many questions. I rapid fired questions. I really was curious about the wrongness that he was concerned with, but I didn't give him really space to think about that because I just had question 1, question 2, question 3. Oh, and by the way, I'm in question 3.
Mm.
So I think that's a good way of saying, I think where I went wrong. I didn't think about it as peppering him with questions. I thought it as talking too much, but I think you're right. It was too many questions.
No, it's overall, honestly, it's very beautiful. And is it the habit of shaking hands?
So yeah, I can do that. I'm pretty well trusted where I am. And the guys do see that as kind of a straightforward communication way. The deputies don't always favor it for everyone, but they don't have a problem when I do it.
Mm-hmm.
And especially in this unit, there's places where I wouldn't do it, but in this unit, this is our medium. So it's like we have a maximum facility and a not maximum facility. This is our most maximum in our not maximum facility. So this is kind of the grittier space in our lower facility. So there's kind of a respect dynamic in this particular dorm that I tend to kind of step into a little more squarely.
May I ask a curiosity question?
Yeah.
Were you in an open space?
Closed.
Are you comfortable being in a closed space?
Yeah.
Are there cameras there?
So the way it works is there's like a central command station for the deputy, and then there's 4 interview rooms, kind of like a fan. And so as chaplains, or really any civilian, we sit, all the 4 rooms that are a fan, they have a window to that hallway. So it's like the deputy station, then this probably 6-foot wide hallway, and then these rooms, 1, 2, 3, 4. Each of the rooms has a window, and civilians have to sit with their back to the window. So he can see the deputy can see the back of my head at all times. And then there's a table, and across the table, the inmate sits. So if there were an issue, the door opens. I'm closest to the door. The inmate's kind of pinned in the back of the room. And there's a panic button just to my left. If I were to hit it, it would make a loud sound. But technically, the deputy has eyes on me. All of these 4 rooms. I mean, he is watching 4 rooms at a time. And like they say, there is a no hostage agreement in jail. If something happens, I can't promise, but for the most part, they're present and attentive. If I were to be uncomfortable, I could ask them to be cuffed, but this is not that facility. I'm really, really actually not uncomfortable with any dynamic in this space in the way I might be in our maximum facility. Or our mental health, for example, always has at least one hand cuffed because they're just less predictable. And then the deputies don't have to be standing right there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kay, for your verbatim. I can see that wasn't easy to be there. But as you say, that surprised me. You are in your, how was the word you said? Atmosphere, because you feel comfortable there. And I can imagine you in a front those kind of men, but was a great verbatim, You have a compassion for them and empathy for them. You were present. You hear everything they said, and you're doing a great in the area, a great pastoral care with them. I can see you are growing in your verbatims. You explain more about your feelings, about everything around you. Okay? And thank you. You challenged me. You truly challenged me. I can tell you that. And I just want to share with you some feedbacks if I can. Like on the C18, when he say too emotional, as they say, you answer them too emotional. That's an interesting way to describe yourself. You have to let them know to describe themselves, but you are describing yourself. You can do a open-end question. Tell me more about too emotional, or say more about that, and let him explain about that. The same thing is happening in the C20 when you ask, will you explain what you mean by wrong? That's a simple question. But do you help or describe the wrong that you describe, are you against crying for yourself or for people in general? For example, if you let him explain their feelings, will you explain what you mean by wrong, and let them explain you. Let them be open to you. That you know their feelings, and instead to help them to describe the feelings. And the other thing that I can share with you is the inmates 13 and 14, when he say it's a coyote, I can see that you were there, that you can see the face, because you don't see him as the question bother him. You see the impression that you ask it, is that important to you? Because that means that you read his body language perfectly. He don't feel offense. Okay. For that, it's a coyote that you bring me a picture of coyote. So he don't feel offense because you brought those picture of a coyote and you read very well her body language. That is important to you. And I just love that you were present there fully, that you were listen to not only his words, but his body language also. Thank you for sharing that amazing verbatim that you have it.
Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you all.
You mentioned earlier that you wanted to put, you were thinking about whether or not you wanted to pause.
Yeah, when I was reflecting on it on my own, I was trying to think what I didn't like about my response. And I think I just tried to fit too many words in. Like I was thinking all sorts of avenues and I vocalized them rather than choosing one and then pausing.
Remind me what your pastoral intent was again.
Just to have him talk, because he is seeing me based on big trauma. So basically to just kind of process that in a safe way and hopefully take down all of this internal pain that's creating a loop for him when he's by himself in his cell with no one else. If I can make space for him to dump.
So part of what I'm hearing is you're saying, I want to be a space for him to dump, and I want him to process his thoughts with me and on his own. So that's what you want to do. So you think maybe that's why you're teaching him instead of inviting him to just talk? You keep teaching him something. Let me teach you about faith traditions and animals, and then use this resource to help you process your thoughts. And you've got your response to too emotional is you've decided that's judgmental. And so now let me teach him about that. So I can't just ask one question, what does too emotional mean? Because I've got to teach him something. So do you think maybe that's part of what's informing your interpretation of what he's saying? Because you're interpreting everything he says. I don't see the dump. I see you working hard to interpret.
Yeah, I think I was thinking of the interpret as just like we're moving down a path and I'm trying to track with him. And you can't possibly track all the things someone says, like it would branch into 1,000 directions. So I'm kind of thinking at it as if we have this one thing and we're moving through this dialogue together, how is that going back and forth? Not where I'm like, this is how you do it and leave it there, but just like maybe like if you put out a fish hook and see if you get a bite, or okay, you don't get a bite, try another one, or you do get a bite and it's like, okay, then we go down that one. But
So-
maybe teaching is part of it. I think sometimes just these guys, they're in their rooms and a lot of times they just spin. We call it like a hamster on a wheel. The same thoughts just go around and around and around. And it's like, how do you move things so you don't end up in the same loop? A lot of times that's kind of what we're doing in our time together. But yeah, maybe teaching isn't the right approach.
It seems contradictory to what you said. I want him to dump, but you are heavily interpreting and teaching. So I'm also curious about why too emotional sounds like a judgment for you. I thought that was
Sorry, I meant he sounded judgmental the way he said it. Like, I'm too emotional, like with kind of the way your voice drops. So I hear judgment in his voice as he says those words.
What does judgment mean to you? What does that mean to you?
Like, I just heard him being hard on himself.
And how do you feel about that?
Curious.
Curious about what?
Like, I think what I said, just what does too emotional feel like? What feelings are inside you when you say too emotional?
So you hear someone offering words of judgment. Am I correct to interpret judgment you don't think is a good thing?
Oh no, just on himself. Like I'm curious to understand why he's judging himself as part of our conversation.
That's excellent. I'm curious about why you're judging yourself. I've interpreted by tone and everything else, and I'm not saying your interpretation is not right, that you're judging yourself. I'm curious why you're judging yourself, but I'm going to frame the question as if I'm curious about what too emotional means to you, but I don't. I've already decided. Too emotional means you're being judgmental on yourself, and I want to know why you're judgmental. I think that's why you are asking so many questions, because you are split. You're both assessing, you've decided what it means, and you can't go straight at three things at one time. So I think your instinct to pause is interesting. And maybe, like you said, you already know what you need to do. And you seemed comfortable when Alfredo suggested, or Alice, or some of the feedback is just, what does too emotional mean to you? Not what does too emotional feel like inside you? Because I already determined that it's judgmental feelings you have inside of you. So I'm asking the question to lead you to my interpretation, as opposed to really curious. What does that mean to you? Do you hear the absence of curiosity and the leading with interpretation? That might simply be it.
Yeah, I think sometimes too, when you get these guys that are so, and we talked about it a little bit, just numb to the world from all of it. I think sometimes I do try to use language that has them play a little bit with emotion. Sometimes I'll bring a feelings wheel or just say, like, if you had to pick a half that you were on, which half would you pick? Or if you had to pick one of the colors, or is there any word that jumps out, like something to help? Because a lot of times they're just kind of stuck. And so I think with that, yeah. But the feel like, again, there's this challenge sometimes when you're numb and in jail and dehumanized, you kind of disembody. And so to connect, and this is probably just my heart for embodiment and body connection from my background, is just like, if you're in your body, how are you noticing you're in your body? So I think that's kind of where I was trying to go with that one, right or wrong, just that numb piece. But yeah, it may be teaching in a way. It may be assessing and teaching at the same time, which would be too much.
It seemed like you had a very short but very meaningful engagement with him. And I think he meant it when he was like, yeah, I want to talk again. So I think you're absolutely right. It was impactful and effective.
Yeah, it's good to think about.
Yeah. And I think you're also right to ask yourself, why did I, who want him to dump, I want, as you so clearly described here, an opportunity for him to express emotions. Why did I suddenly shine the light on me when you made that shift? For example, if I were to cry, how would that make you feel? I think that's a great place to continue to reflect, like, wow, what's going on for me right here, that this is what I'm doing. Because you're comfortable with emotions, right?
Yeah, very.
That's good. What do you think went the best in this moment? What was the best part of this very brief experience, but impactful?
You're talking about the whole verbatim?
Just this part of the verbatim that you've shared with us, so we don't know the other visit. What was the best part of this moment with him? Yeah.
For me, I think he expressed no faith connection. For him, faith was signs, like the universe communicating with him. And I sometimes get people who are reluctant to talk to a chaplain because they're afraid they're going to be preached at. And he was very relaxed. And the more I just kind of rolled with his language about all of it, the more he just opened up and kept using that language, which told me that he felt safe being, we'll call it a less conventional in this space faith, but it was something that was meaningful to him in his grief and in his suffering, and it connected us.
So you felt you created safety for him and you felt connected to him.
Yeah, I think he felt connected to me. And actually, afterwards, I had 3 requests from his dorm. Other guys just be like, Chaplain, can I talk to you about something hard? So they go back and they talk to each other. So whatever it was in the space of sharing, that often gets communicated to other people. So I always like when that happens for non-traditional faith practices, because it's one thing if like all the people who believe in a faith ask for the same thing, but when all the people who don't fit in with any faith reach out and also ask for care, that's a sign of, I think, me creating safety as a chaplain for a lot of breadth. So that was kind of something I would say I think I did well in this. And he continues to dialogue with me quite candidly. So he doesn't feel unsafe.
I think that's powerful. And the notion of safety, creating that is not an easy thing to do. Well done. Yeah. And I encourage your already self-awareness. Hey, I need to reflect. Why did I shift the attention to me in this moment? And I invite you to include in your verbatims how you are feeling, not just your observations. Hey, I heard this word. That's interesting. I feel, because that'll help as you're interpreting, hey, what am I doing? That's great. Thank you. This is a powerful verbatim. Very powerful. We've got one more to go. Alfred. Were you waving at us or was it a bug or something? Oh, okay. Great job. Excellent. Thank you. And thank you all for the engagement. Kate, any closing comment or thought you want to?
No, just thank you. I really appreciate being able to bring it here.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask for just a 5-minute break and then we'll come back for Alice. Well done, Kate. Well done. All right, Alice, take it away.
I must say, I wish I went first, like Alfredo, get it over with, to be where I am right now. Anyway, let me share screen. Okay, I did some editing from the copy you have, but not too many. I want to preface this by saying you might say it's long, but I don't want the entire thing read. And that's why from the beginning I state what I need. All I will need here is what my introductory statement, the goals, and the dialogue. Then I want the where I assess myself because I'm looking for specific. I wrote it down for myself. I need it for myself because I'm this unit, I'm trying to assess certain things. So I write broadly than what is required for me. And also you will see certain questions I'm asking that is related to theories is also because I'm trying to be more attentive this unit to figure out how I'm doing that because there were goals I set for myself. So
Okay.
with that, I will begin. Okay, I bring this verbatim because AG's story drew me directly into the very heart of what I am learning this unit. She reveals layers of hidden grief, chronic depression, and the strain of presenting strength to her family while carrying deep loneliness inside. As she spoke, I felt the familiar pull between my pastoral compassion and my sense of urgency. Part of me wanted to more quickly to reassure her with scripture or comfort with her word. Yet I also knew that my task in this unit is to keep an open hand. The open hand is the image I'm working with. It reminds me that spiritual care is not about grasping, fixing, or feeling silence, but about creating space where the other person's agency can unfold. What makes this case important for me is how often I wrestle with restraint. AG shared that prayer usually feels empty and that she sometimes avoids burdening her daughters with the truth of her pain. This moment stirred in me the desire to offer solution, but I recognize that rushing in would make the story out of my hands. Of it would take the story out of her hands. I chose instead to practice present silence and paraphrasing as my primary tool. That was difficult for me because my predisposition is to advocate and reassure. Yet, this encounter reminded me that healing emerges not from my urgency, but from the care recipient's freedom to name what matters to them. In this unit, I'm striving to develop evidence-based practice, including trauma-informed care, attention to family system dynamics, and awareness of personality patterns. Angela's reserved style, her emotional cutoff with her daughters, and her language of being forgotten all reflect deeper dynamic I must learn to hold with patience and care. The dialogue reveals instances where I succeeded in maintaining an open hand and instances where my impulse prevailed. I bring this verbatim to invite my peers to help me examine these dynamics. After they read the dialogue, I hope they can reflect with me on how well I balance silence and speech, how effectively I kept urgency with AG, and where my own impulses to fix may have intruded. My open hand image continue to guide me. The work is not to hold tightly or to rescue, but to accompany with gentleness, presence, and trust that God is already at work. So I'm going to move to the goal and a little bit of background. AG is 80-year-old Catholic woman I met at the launch of the Catholic Women Association. I had been invited to deliver a motivational message on Mary as the first believer. in Luke 1:45, Luke 2:19, highlighting how Mary trusted God's word and treasured it in her heart. After the program, AG approached me and said this image of Mary struck her deeply. In her private conversation, AG confided that she has struggled with depression since her husband's death 20 years ago. She said she cries often but hides it from others. Even though her daughters are aware of her depression, she tells them she's okay, protecting them from the depth of her grief. AG also expressed that her medication feels ineffective and that her prayer life feels weak. Sometimes I don't even like praying because of depression. Let's see. Our story reveals three intersecting dynamic personality theory: a reserved, self-protective style, choosing to grieve privately while projecting strength; family system, emotional cutoff with her daughters, minimizing pain to shield her from her own; trauma-informed care, unacknowledged grief carried in isolation, leaving her faith and mental health vulnerable; pastoral plan. Purpose of visit: to provide AG with a safe, compassionate, and agency-centered space where she should voice her grief, explore her struggle with prayer, and reconnect with her faith as a sustaining resource. Goal: narrative honoring. Invite AG to share her grief in her own words, reflecting her story back to her for validation. Oriented system: engage her Catholic devotion to Mary as a possible point of strength and hope. Relational boundaries: maintain focus on her story rather than self-disclosure. Offer prayer, spiritual results. Offer prayer only at her request, letting her decide the form and manner. Assessment: identify AG's spiritual need and integration of theory. Use trauma-informed pacing, family system awareness, and personality theory to guide my responses. Okay. The setting. The encounter took place in the fellowship hall following the launch of the Catholic Women's Association. The event was filled with music, prayer, and speeches celebrating the role of women in the church. My message on Mary as the first believer resonated with the audience. As the program ended, participants mingled. AG approached me with a quiet but intentional presence. She greeted me politely and remarked that my words about Mary had touched her. Even during the lively atmosphere, her demeanor carried the weight of someone ready to share something personal, creating a natural transition from a public gathering into a sacred pastoral moment. And so I need two people for the dialogue, please. A representing an AG, and C the chaplain.
I'll do A.
Okay. Thank you, Audrey.
I do see.
Thank you. Okay, let's do the dialogue.
I liked what you said about Mary being the first believer. I never heard it that way before.
Thank you, AG. You are saying that imagine of Mary believed God's words staying with you. What part of the context most with your story?
I remind myself to ask instead of telling. I feel curious, holding back my predisposition to explain. Pauses, eyes swelling.
Well, since my husband died 20 years now, I've been crying a lot, but no one knows.
You have been holding those tears privately. How has it been for you to keep that hiding for so long?
I feel the weight of her hidden grief. I breathe slowly so I don't rush to comfort.
Yes, even my daughters, they know I'm depressed, but I always tell them I'm okay.
When you tell them you are okay, what do you hope they hear from you?
I notice the family system dynamic of shielding her daughters. I resist the urge to reassure, so she stayed in control of the meaning. Nodding.
Yes, I don't want them to worry. They have their own lives.
What is like for you to cry the grief alone so they won't have to worry?
I want to affirm her love, but keep it open-ended, letting her name the cause herself.
It's true. And the medicine doesn't help much.
How do you feel when the medicine doesn't bring relief?
I think about trauma-informed care, validating her without suggesting fixes.
And my prayer,
Long pause.
sometimes I don't even feel like praying.
When you pray so hard, what happens inside you in those moments?
I feel my own urge to quote scripture. I wait, remembering her agency come first.
Yes, it feels empty, like I'm just saying words.
What is life for you when the words of the rosary feel empty, not reaching your heart?
I paraphrase as a question, giving her room to define her own experience.
Exactly. It's like God doesn't hear me.
When you wonder if God is not listening, how does that shape your desire to keep praying?
I feel sadness rise. I remind myself that naming her lament is honoring her truth.
Do you ever feel that way? Too weak to pray?
What will be most helpful for you right now? For me to share my own experience or to stay with you, how prayer feels for you?
I practice relational boundary, redirecting gently while still honoring her question. Quietly.
It feels like I'm forgotten.
When you say forgotten, what does that mean for you in your relationship with God?
I mirror her back, but frame it as a question she defines its weight.
Where'd it go?
I'm sorry. 11 p.m.
11. Okay. Yes. Like I don't matter anymore.
What has it been like for you to feel that you no longer matter since your husband passed?
I notice her personality style, reserved, self-protective, and keep the focus on her meaning-making. Sigh.
My daughters say, Mom, you'll be fine, but they don't know.
How do you experience it when they reassure you without knowing the depth of your pain?
Family system comes to mind. She hides her inner world. I keep her voice central.
Yes, and I don't want to burden them.
What does it mean to you protect them from the burden, even when it leaves you crying so much?
Affirm her agency while probing the cause she named herself. Long silence. Looks down.
As we sit here quietly, what are you notice in yourself?
I feel nervous about silence, but I recall the clinical metaphor of learning. Silence can be healing.
I feel tired, but it feels good someone is just listening.
What feels different for you when someone simply listens?
I sense relief in her words. Presence itself become intervention.
Yes. Thank you.
Since Mary touched you early, will it be meaningful if we talk more about her?
Ask permission, testing our orienting system without zooming. Luke 1:45 comes to mind, but I hold back until she opens it. Nodding.
Yes, I like how you said she believed and kept it in her heart.
What does it mean for you that Mary believes without all the answers and keep God's word in her heart?
I connect her words back to her Catholic devotion.
Yes, maybe I can be like that, even if I don't feel it.
How do you imagine holding on like Mary did, even when prayers feel empty?
I sense religion beneath her avoidant coping. Personality theory helped me frame this as longing, not weakness. Softly,
Could you pray for me? Just a short one.
Thank you for asking. Will it help you more if I pray along with you or silent beside you?
I celebrate her request. I kept the agency fully with her.
Aloud, please.
Bows head.
Dear God, you see and pay attention to your daughter, A.G. tears as you strengthen Mary in her faith. Strengthen A.G. now. Hold her when she feels forgotten and remind her she is inscribed on your hands.
I feel moved. I chose Isaiah 49:16 because it names God's memory of us. Mary enters only because AG affirmed her motion. Tears fall.
That helps. It feels like someone prayed with me, not just for me.
What was it like for you to pray together rather than me praying over you?
I note a sense of shared presence. Her agency made this prayer communal.
Yes, thank you.
What gift are you taking with you from this conversation today?
I feel gratitude. Clinical method of learning affirmed. Affirmation reflects urge act with agency. Okay. I want to not the person, the situation. That's not what I really need help. Self-reflection. I think that's what. Okay, no, evaluation of my involvement. That's what I need help. Thank you both. Thank you so much. I visit with AG holding my image of the open hand. I wanted to approach her story not by grasping for control or rushing to provide answers, but by creating space for her to place in my hands only what she chose to share. From the beginning, when she said, I like what you said about Mary being the first believer, I never heard it that way before. I recognized the invitation. Rather than expanding my own teaching, I reflected it back with a question asking, what about that torture story? This was an intentional choice to keep my hands open, allowing her to determine the direction. As she revealed, since my husband died 20 years now, I have been crying a lot, but no one knows. I felt the urge to reassure her that God sees her tears. Instead, I asked her what it was like to carry grief alone, saying, how has it been for you to keep that hidden for so long? This restraint was one of my strengths during this visit. It allowed her grief to stand in the open without being minimized by comfort. The open hand held her words as they were heavy but honored. The most challenging moment for me came when she whispered, it feels like I'm forgotten. Everything in me wanted to answer with Isaiah 49 right away. I felt the urgency of my pastoral heart and the scholar in me, who treasures scripture as a source of healing. Yet I pause and ask, when you say forgotten, what does that mean for you in your relationship with God? That question preserved her agency and let her define the weight of the words. In hindsight, this was a turning point. My restraint turned silence into sacred space where her lament could deepen instead of being rushed past. Another strength of this visit was how I navigated prayer. I did not assume she wanted it, but asked question, will it help if I pray aloud with you or silently beside you? When she chose aloud, I prayed with her words in mind, lifting her tears and invoking both Mary's strength and Isaiah's assurance. Her response That helped. It feels like someone prayed with me, not just for me. I affirmed that agency-based prayer becomes partnership, not performance. Still, there were areas where I see growth edges. At one point when AG said, even my daughters, they know I'm depressed, but I always tell them I'm okay. I reflected the emotional cutoff, but did not explore further what it felt like for her to protect them in this way. I wonder if I could have probed more deeply with a question like, what does it cost you to carry this alone while reassuring them? Such a question might have surfaced both her maternal urge and the loneliness it creates. I also noticed how silence unsettled me. When AG sat quietly and looked down, I felt the urge to break it. I remember my training and instead asked gently, how, as we sit here quietly, what are you noticing yourself? That intervention on no silence, but revealed my reliance on words to manage discomfort. In future encounters, I want to stretch my capacity to hold silence longer without moving quickly to inquiries. This visit showed me that the open hand is not a passive symbol, it's an active posture of evidence-based pastoral care. Listening deeply, paraphrasing as question, pacing the trauma-informed sensitivity, and recognizing family system dynamics and seeing personality not as pathology, but as a survival strategy. What I did best was create an environment where ages, grief, faith, and longing could emerge safely. Where I need to grow is in trusting silence even more and in framing questions that dig into the cause of our protective predisposition. I left this visit reminded that pastoral care is not about fixing despair, but about standing with it without fear. The open hand teaches me to resist the urge to close too tightly around solutions and instead to offer space where faith, however fragile, can be chosen. I want to also share the assessment, the spiritual assessment. The spiritual need that she has. From my assessment, I concluded she needs a safe and compassionate listener who validates her grief without judgment and does not rush her towards resolution. Her need also includes reflective prayers support offered only with her permission, where she can choose the form aloud or silent, reinforcing her agency in faith practice. Spiritual reframing through passages that affirm God's attentiveness to the forgotten. Offered gently when invited, not imposed. Family system awareness to acknowledge how her protective urge towards her daughter creates both love and isolation, and helping her consider new ways of sharing without feeling like a burden. Trauma-informed care, pastoral care that honors her long grief, validates her feeling of despair, and integrates silence as a sacred space rather than absence. AG demonstrates spiritual openness. Her gratitude for pastoral presence and her willingness to request prayer suggests that she's not closed off to God. Rather, she's cautious, protecting herself from further disappointment. Her faith is bruised, but is still reaching. It is expressed more in longing to identify with Mary, the first believer who treasures God's word in her heart. At this stage, AG is not yet ready for forced reintegration into the community or rigid spiritual prescription. She is, however, actively engaged in a spiritual process of naming her pain, reclaiming small measures of agency, and exploring the possibility that God still sees her. Continued pastoral accompaniment is essential, with an open hand approach that respects her agency and gently nurtures her fragile but resilient faith. Thank you. Those are the assessment, my assessment of my involvement, the dialogue. Again, the goal for my need here is that you will help me reflect, you will help reflect me how well I balance silence and speech, how effectively I kept agency with AG, and where my impulse to fix may have intruded. So, thank you. Should I stop sharing?
Sure.
Well, I guess I will go first. First of all, I just want to say that you are so thorough. This is a lot of information. I am impressed because you said you were at a conference and you had just spoken at that conference. You weren't there as a pastor or a chaplain, but you saw a need and you kept your pastoral hat on and you allowed, you began to minister to this woman. So I applaud you for that. I have been at many conferences where they just don't have time. That's not what they are there for. And so they will not have time to talk to you. So I think it's wonderful that you took the time. I was trying to look to see how long, I think you said 45 minutes that you spent with this lady. So that's commendable and motivating. I um, I I like how you ministered to her and you were able to relate to her. And because she was there at the conference, you could assume that you were of the same faith. I don't know if you knew that or if we could assume that because of the questions that she asked, but you immediately began to talk to her about Mary um, and you know, you guys were able to conversate about it. So I don't know if that was a conference specifically for people of that faith, so you could assume that everybody there, okay, because I've been to those too. Um, so yeah, this is really good. Thank you for sending it to me early because I did read through the whole thing. It just happened to come after I had finished mine. So you could imagine what I was thinking, but then thankfully I had a supervision session with my educator right after that. So she was able to bring me back in. But this is just very good and very thorough. And I really see the difference in where you are and where I am. And it gives me hope and encouragement that as I continue to learn and grow, I just want to be able to expand, um, my words, my knowledge, my, communication style so that I can to communicate an actual encounter with the person. So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it when I read it before, and I enjoyed how what you brought out. You didn't just read all 16 pages. You said this is what I thought was important. So thank you. I appreciate that too. This was good. I enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. But I think I should have said for your information, do not read everything. I write it for me because I'm going to do retrospective on this as I go. And it's I keep it for me also because it will help is tools that will help me in as I catalog it for myself to go back to. But I should have also said, FYI, do not read everything.
No, actually, I appreciate the whole thing.
Okay.
To me, it gives me the whole story.
Yeah.
It kind of completes it for me. So I appreciate it. I appreciate that you sent it early enough so I could read it. Yeah. So and you did a lot of work here.
Yeah.
Why not share it?
Yeah.
So thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna keep it. You see, I printed it out, and
Mhm.
so this is going in in my book as a sample and an example. And I'm trying to create resources for myself, and so this is one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. And the war uniform is a Catholic Women Association. I don't know if any of you know the uniform. They have the
Mm.
Catholic Women Association, the African group. It's a Cameroonian uniform, but she's as you saw in my thing, she's Ghanaian. So you know that it's a Catholic Women Association. I am not Catholic, but this is a Catholic Women Association, and you know it. If you see them, you know it. They all wear uniform. And this is a very small, fragile woman who just dragged my hand. Do you have time for me? So I had to go with her on another side, which I ended up not eating. Anyway, that's not that's not
Yeah, that's awesome that you did that.
yeah, so she wanted that. And also, I just want to also note that the parenthesis under is my assessment of the dialogue that I put because after I had to go back to quick retrospect in every dialogue, what are those dynamics I'm looking for? So I put that after the fact. So I just want that to be very transparent that when I wrote
I,
it out, so now I start assessing it. What am I seeing? What am I seeing? So that's why you see it. Oh, trauma informed care allowed me to do this or this. So that is post facto. It's not in the process of the conversation itself.
no, I saw that and I was able to go back to that line. So I thought that was brilliant. The
Yeah.
A2, because at first I was thinking A2, what is A2? Ah, that's Angela. Let me see what she said. And then I was able to go back and read what you did. So no, that was great for me.
Thank you, and thank you, Audrey.
I'll insert. I would agree with Audrey when you finished. The first word that came to my mind was thorough. You are truly thorough in how you process the moment and how you process the after of the moment. And I just wanted to say how much I appreciated how transparent you were with all of your wrestling. And you definitely put a lot of thought and care and reflection into really every aspect of it. It's pretty amazing. It kind of made me wonder if just your academic giftings impact how you write this, because it's like such a big picture presentation of a thing. And I always learn a lot from you and how you look at situations and how you look at yourself in the midst of situations, and then how you're able to take all of that and communicate it in a way that gives words to the rest of us for some of the difficult pieces and the beautiful pieces. I'm grateful to be able to read your writing in such depth, Alice. Thank you for sharing it.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you. Think we complement each other. I lack a lot of things which I see what you do as all of us here. That's the beauty of it that I don't know how to write short. That is what I'm known for. People say they write and expand. No, I write and cut. Because I just write and write and write and after. But I love the complementarity that we all bring so many different strengths. So I appreciate what you're saying. I just thank you.
I want to do echo in the key words about the way you articulate your thoughts. You articulate in the right way, because I know how hard it is, have your thoughts and write it down and make the people understand about your thoughts. It's not easy. And you have that gift. There is a gift, to writing, to share your feelings, to share your thoughts. And that verbatim is the proof of that. That's why you write alone. Sometimes I like to write, but I can't. It's kind of hard for me. I try to do my best, but it's so hard for me. And I can see that how easy it is for you. I just have a question. When you rest, and it's truly a
I will
question.
tell you, the fact of the matter is I overslept and I didn't have my IS this morning because I went to bed at 4 a.m., put my alarm clock for 7:15 and overslept. My mom was gracious to wake up with my kids. So I put the alarm that I would just wake up at 7:15, get coffee, clean up quickly, get coffee for my IS. I drank and I slept. To be very honest, I don't go to bed before 3 a.m. every day.
Wow.
That's what I'm talking about. When you rest, remember,
I
Jesus
have
took
Sabbath
time.
on Saturday. I have Sabbath on Saturday.
No, one of the goals right here is self-awareness.
After May, we will
Self-care,
all rest.
self-care.
No.
Self-care.
I'm afraid that you will rest in December after Unit 4. I will rest after Unit 4 in May. And Kate, after the summer, Audrey, in the fall, the fall if you do it round. Anyway, yeah.
No, it was a great verbatim, It's feel of you, who you are, who you think, your passion. You don't, when you see the need, you feel it of the need. You don't think twice. If you see a need in the people, you try to go and make your best with them. They can see in this verbatim. Because I'm been in a lot of conference, I'm in travel, and I can tell you, doing that before a conference is not easy. And you take the time to do it and to articulate a good verbatim, a good interview, a good pastor care with them. And I really appreciate and I admire that in you. You're a hard worker woman. That's who you are. And it's a blessing. And I'm learning a lot from you. I'm learning your language, okay? And I took a lot of samples when I tried to learn in English. I read your verbatims and I learn how to explain myself more clearly because it's your gift and I admire that. Thank you for sharing that with us. Really, really.
Thank you so much, Alfredo. I appreciate you. I admire you too. I learn from you a lot too. To be a good pastor, before chaplain, you are a good pastor. So
Yes.
that's why I like you in a room also where there's pain. Alfredo is there. It's
Yeah.
a blessing. Thank you.
Thinking of Alice's identified areas for feedback, are there any areas of growth you would identify for her?
I am curious and one of the just curious because let me tell you which one. I write it down. C15. I think is something missing right there. And C15, 15C, you ask her questions about what feels different for you when someone simply listens. And her answer was, yes, thank you. And I feel like something is missing there. Because you ask her one question and she answered, yes, thanks. And I wonder,
Yeah, and I just wrote it as she said because she didn't answer it. I felt maybe she affirmed that it feels different when someone simply listens. I didn't want to raise up that awkward moment. She just said, yes, thank you.
Oh,
I had noticed that too in 21 and 22. It was the same thing. You asked her a question and the answer was yes, thank you.
yes,
You
I
know
wonder
what I'm saying? Maybe she never understood me. I don't know, but we are Africans, both of us. Sometimes I'll say something lost in translation on my accent, but this was not the case. She's Ghanaian. So yeah.
Yeah. I just was curious about that because I feel like something was missing there. What kind of affirmation she is doing when she said yes? Maybe you are right. She said yes to simply listen.
I
think
would
maybe
have followed
her
up with
age,
another question, but I did not. I chose not to.
do you think
Okay.
maybe her age has something to do with the repeated places where there seems to be a disconnect?
Yeah, she's 80-year-old woman.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
know, yeah, there was a time where she asked me, what did you say again? But anyway, verbatim, you don't list everything that is we don't have the whole picture. Yeah, there's some couple of places where she asked me to reiterate, but this, yeah. And it was also towards the I was really tired too at that moment, so I didn't want to break her thought and just kept going to try to make her answer the question. But yeah, and that's helpful. What will you
Kate,
do in a moment like that?
Kate, did you have a curiosity as well?
I do. I don't know if this is because I come at it not from a pastoral background. So Alfredo and Alice, you guys have done professional theology for a long time. My gift is more, I've been all over the map, so I can walk into any space and just kind of roll with anything.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I noticed about your dialogue, Alice,
Mm-hmm.
and in thinking about what Donna said earlier, is that it was kind of a question, response, question, response, question, response, question, response. Like you were really deliberately leading her, which I would definitely see as a pastoral thing. I guess I'm just curious, and maybe this is a question for the group in general, because for me, I might have not taken a professional role in a scenario like this. You're just at a conference, there's somebody you get to meet, who knows where they're from and what their roots are, and kind of exploratory. So I might have done it more, let's call it like coffee shop style, or just like, what's up? Let's have a friendly chat, kind of an energy. And I'm just curious what you all think about that. If it's kind of like this professional hat stays with you always, if that just you happen to run formal and that's what you went with in this scenario, if you might do it completely informal and off the cuff, or giggle or say, oh, that reminds me, and just kind of make it human. Just, do you have any thoughts on that dynamic?
For this, I can answer that though, because if it was like when we meet in a conference, I come and meet Kate and Kate is talking to me, and then obviously that's a casual conversation. But when somebody comes and asks you, do you have some time to spare for me, and take you to another room and you guys sit down, that is not casual for me. That person deliberately want to talk. So in that sense, and I could tell, you could really tell that this woman is struggling, but I cannot assume what she's struggling with. She walks very slowly. I mean, she was struggling. Even her demeanor know that you see how you know something is going on. Anyway, but she take me from the banquet place where everybody was eating and this music. We went to another room and then we sat down, just two of us. That changes the dynamic for me. It means okay, take it serious. She want to really to talk to you. And she knew, so I told her that was pastoral caregiver too. So she knew that she wanted to talk. And that's why the talk went that long anyway. So in that posture, if you've not read my verbatims before, I will try to make like I will not give her the opportunity to probe too much without trying to bring in scripture, bring this, bring this. I was very intentional. This really, I'm intentional in like, I want to hear her talk. And so I go the probing side. There's the way that I probe so she can talk more. Because you could tell this woman she hides a lot to people. At that place, she really wanted to talk. So I needed her to give her that space to talk. So it is not a one size fit all. You contextualize where you sense what is needed in a situation. I will be casual sometimes, but I will not be casual when it doesn't need casuality. And in this particular scenario, my assessment of it was she wanted to talk. And it was very strange how much she trusted me so fast. That was the very first time she met me, but she had heard about me though. That was the very first time, but she just trusted me and poured her heart out and was just telling me things she wouldn't tell her daughter. And some things I'll not even put on a verbatim either for the sake of her privacy, So that scenario for me is very contextual, what style goes with what. Otherwise, it becomes so robotic that you are just using one style and fit it all. It doesn't fit all. So that's what I would say for this particular scenario. I did a lot of mirroring to make her talk more.
For me, it just says something about your ministry. And you weren't, it's different when you're at work or you're in the hospital setting, but you weren't in that setting. So you were able to minister according to the needs, to the need of the person who you were talking to. And that's why I asked too about the hat, the pastoral hat. When ministry is primary, in your life, then whenever you have an opportunity, you minister. And to me, you took an opportunity to minister to her. The environment was right, where you guys were. You had been the speaker, so you must have inspired her or motivated her in some way, and she wanted to speak to you, and you took the time to do that. I think that's awesome. I don't know very many people. I've seen people who not meaning any harm, they're just tired, but you took the time.
Thanks, Audrey. And I add that she continued speaking because I wish I should have added this there for the conversation because she said something like for the first time, they didn't make her seem weak because she's depressed. So bringing in again, this is what I'm really trying to, that's why I write also to assess, is bring trauma-informed care even in spiritual care so that, and normalize like depression. And this is what I was really trying to do, normalize depression. For her, she was very explicit. She really hides it. She doesn't talk, especially in the Catholic Women Association, because it will make her seem spiritually weak. So she has to appear strong, hide it, but then cry in the night. Um,
I want to point something on you, Alice, and I want to say in a good way. But if you notice from the 7A to the 11C, your answers are too long and their questions are short. And you try to explain them about their feelings and instead them to tell their feelings. So your answer is more longer than their question that they made to you. You just think about that, because I notice in all the conversation, yes, I feel empty, like I'm just saying words. What is like for you when the words of the rosary feel empty, not reaching your heart? So you see that you explain them, and instead they explain you. See what I mean, right?
Help me understand better. Is it the long words or
Yeah, like for example, also the 8a,
Mhm.
exactly. It's like God doesn't hear me. You answer. When you wonder if God is not listening, how does that shape your desire to keep praying? Okay? I hear that you say that God doesn't, or what made you feel like that. Just make short questions and let them explain them exactly the feeling they have it, and instead you guide them about their feelings.
okay,
I
can we
hope
role
I
play?
hope I hope I can explain myself very clear.
Can we role play for you? I just want to
Yes.
understand what I should, because
Okay.
that is exactly what brought it.
But let's see, 9a. Do you ever
Okay.
feel that way, too weak to pray?
Mhm.
You can say, tell me more about that, and let her tell you more about how he feel that weakness when she prayed. See what I mean? I hope I can say that.
She's asking a question to me.
Yes, but you don't have to answer the question. You have to
Mhm.
let them answer their own questions and make them reflect inside of them to reach exactly what made them feel weak. Not for you to say what made them weak. See, the idea is like when they ask me, uh, what means God to you? My answer is, what is mean to you? And make them reflection and their own questions, and make them think and go deep in their feelings. And that way they can explain themselves. See what I mean? I hope I can.
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're saying. What what do you ever okay, do you ever feel that way, too weak to pray? What would it be most helpful for you right now for me to share my own experience to stay? Hmm. Okay, I see what you're saying.
How prayers feel for you. You don't have to say all that. You say how prayers, the last part, how prayers feels for you.
Stay,
See?
stay
Do
with
you ever feel that way to we to pray? All you have to say is how prayers feels for you.
how does prayer feel for you?
Exactly. And let them explain about the feelings and go more deep
In her
in their
feelings.
situation. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alfredo.
Well, I hope I can help you more than this.
I'm just wondering, would it be okay to, the person says, do you ever feel that way? Too weak to pray? Is it okay to say, yes, I felt that way? What do you do when you feel that way, or something? But is it okay to acknowledge that that's a feeling that everybody might have? I mean,
Yeah, if in unit 2, I will write that. I'm just trying to get away from from making it, because it becomes making it me. I just want to say
right.
it to her, right? So
Yes.
I'm trying to stay with her and don't bring my own oriented system or whatever into that. So that's why I'm listening carefully to see in what way to do that better. But
Yeah.
obviously, Audrey, there's
No,
nothing wrong with that,
yeah.
and I did
Because
that.
I mean, I'm really asking that question because
Mhm.
I'm really asking that question. Is it okay? This is all new and I'm learning this new, and I'm used to being transparent. And if somebody say, have you ever been sad or have you ever felt that way? Yes, I have. So my question is, as a chaplain, if they said, have you ever felt that way? Have you ever been too weak to pray? Is it okay to say, yes, I have felt that before, or no, I haven't? Is it okay to answer the question?
So I know you're wanting a yes or no, but the answer is it depends on the situation. There's a way in which when you make that personal disclosure, you have now turned the attention to you and shifted it away from the person. So there's no yes or no answer. It's very situational. And what you might be
Okay.
balancing is how do I keep this person's narrative center and not my own? So it isn't being tricky. Ooh, I'm not going to answer the question. I'm going to just turn it back on her. You could say, I have, just as you said, what do you do when you feel that way? And that quickly turns it back to her.
Turns it back to
It
them.
isn't that
Okay.
that doesn't make you more transparent. It just means you just answered a question. But what you're trying to evoke in terms of communicating transparency and connection, it could be very effective. And you would have to gauge, is this a situation where I want to do that? And how do I then keep it about them and not me? Because if you did it just as you said, and they said, oh, I don't, tell me what you do. Then we back on you. And so you're making it more difficult for you to stay on that. But
Right. Okay.
you'll figure that out. You'll have a sense, you'll know. I know we're at the end of our time and I appreciate all of the feedback. So I do have a logistical thing I need to do, but I also want to suggest that this is more of a pastoral visit than a chaplain visit. And this is a verbatim of a pastoral visit, not so much a chaplain visit. It is closer to a chaplain visit than some of your other verbatims, but it is still very much leaning towards leading the person to a certain understanding, a certain belief, a certain engagement. And that's the piece I want to encourage you to work with. How do I invite into conversation without teaching theology or pointing to a particular belief, even if I'm aware that we share a culture and we share faith. So I want to just put that out there as we're engaging it. And I applaud the depth of your insight, along as everyone else has said. And I want to invite you to reflect on how you're feeling, what's going on with you. The part of the verbatim that asked that question you didn't cover. As thorough as you were, the section in the verbatim that causes you to say, why are you feeling this way? What's going on with you? You've left that completely out. So I want to encourage you to really continue to reflect on what's going on with me right now beyond, I feel nervous in silence. So if you go back and do it, well, why were you feeling nervous in that silence? And then you can observe what you do. And you might observe, oh, wow, I get really long-winded after silence, and my questions get really long. So I want to encourage you to add that. And I affirm self-care 45 minutes after you speaking. You miss lunch. Maybe she missed lunch too. Does not seem like good self-care to me. And so I really want to invite you to think about boundaries and how could you set a boundary, point towards resources, because you've identified the more you talk about her, the more I'm appreciating what I'll use this language, flags. You notice how quickly she disclosed, how she became very personal. Did she use the language, I'm depressed and I'm on medication? For someone you did not know and you didn't have a pastoral relationship, all of those will be problematic. That's issues. And that says this woman needs conversation beyond what I, in this role with her, can offer her. So how do I map her assets and point her towards her resources so that this person gets what they need? because
did though.
What's good. It's not in the
I
verbatim.
did. I
I'm glad
did.
that you did.
I followed up after that with my sister, who is a therapist.
Well, see, that's that. So the boundaries.
Yeah.
Are you boundaries?
Mhm.
What are the professional boundaries you need to establish after you've been speaking to then go off and have a 45-minute conversation with someone? So I'm
Yeah,
glad
well,
you
it was 10 minutes. You know, it's hard to, it's very hard to do than say with a 80-year-old woman who is clinging on every word, wanting to talk to you, and I had to cut it at 45 minutes. It's theoretically great. Practically, existentially, that is a hard thing to do, especially for this particular woman. You
That's
know,
right.
yeah.
So with your trauma-informed care, why keep trying to unfold more? Why not stop with less? Why keep asking questions and keep exploring once you've already assessed, okay, this person needs professional mental health support. I'm offering her a pastor's presence, which is what you were doing. You were coming to her as a faith person, of faith. How do I map those assets for her to do that and stop? Use my trauma-informed care to say, I don't need to keep exploring your trauma. This is not the right setting, nor is this good self-care for you, let alone for her. If she missed lunch too, that's not good for her
Oh
either.
no, she didn't, because she
Oh, good.
carried her lunch before going to in. I'm the one that missed lunch.
There you go. So she practiced better self-care than
Taking
you
care of
did.
herself.
She did not. She had her food.
I'm glad to hear that. So I appreciate the thoroughness, and I want to affirm you're getting closer to a chaplain visit. This is still a pastor's visit. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, and you can't say any of those words you're thinking right now.
No, I wouldn't say it. I wouldn't say it. So I will not say it aloud, but I'll say to you in IS.
I know you will. I need, I need, I need us to agree that we're going to number. I really don't have a preference for which style, but number, because we've experienced the benefit of having the numbering. I also need us to agree on when we will send the verbatims to one another so that this time together can be as rich a dialogue as possible, because you don't have to read everything here. So what do we agree on that feels like a good time to say, okay, I will have the verbatims emailed out by? Audrey, you
Well, and I just wanted to make sure everybody had my email because I didn't get Kate's or Alfredo's.
I didn't send mine yet. I wasn't sure because we didn't do that
I
last time where we sent it to everybody. So I wasn't sure if that was a course requirement or what. Now I understand it is.
well,
I think I have your email, Audrey.
Okay.
I
go
send
ahead and
you
put your
back.
email in the chat, Audrey, so Alfredo can see it.
I send it
And it's
because
okay. We are forming our group, and that's why I'm saying I would like us to agree on what works for us. She's gonna put it in the chat, Alfredo. There,
It's in there.
see it? And I so appreciate your disclosure, Audrey, that you want to keep the verbatim as a resource. And so we also need to agree with that.
Oh.
Are
I
we?
guess I should have asked.
That's
Yeah,
right.
that was actually kind of my hesitation because there's so much liability for us with inmates and even coming close and even safety for me and all of that. So that was one reason I didn't send. So I would love clarity.
So articulate what works for you then.
So
And not sending isn't an option, but when you send it, what do you expect of us?
yeah, I mean, it's just one, obviously, all this stuff is confidential. Two, it could impact a case, like a story, someone's whole life, their verdict. And three, it could impact my safety were it to be known that I was releasing information like this, both from a trust perspective and from just gangs go against gangs. So for me, I would assume that you would have it, potentially delete it if you were done with it.
Kate,
And then if you need it
Hey,
like for
hey.
grading,
Kate, state that emphatically. You don't
Okay.
want potentially deleted. You want us to delete it.
well, for you, you might need to keep it because you got to chart me all the way through 4 units. But for everyone else, I would hope that you just got rid of it after we were done for the week, or you had reviewed whatever you needed to review and pulled from it whatever you were going to pull, but without any of that sensitive data.
So delete the email. And if you do decide to print it, then shred the document. Do not toss it in the trash and do not simply tear it up. Shred it.
Yeah,
So,
that actually is our jail
okay.
policy too. Everything gets shredded. So yeah.
Is everybody capable of doing that?
Yes, and let me say, I don't keep stuff normally. Alice's was so much information, and for me, because I'm learning, and I thought, wow, because she hit each, area. And so I just thought that would be a resource. But as I read it, I didn't see confidential information. I didn't, there wasn't a first and last name. There wasn't a address or I don't even know what city, they were in or anything like that. So as I read it, I didn't see any confidential information. I worked in your setting, Kate. I understand completely what you are talking about. And so, yeah.
Yeah, you read the newspaper or watch the news, you're gonna know who I'm talking to. If you look hard enough, you'll find out.
Right,
And
right, yeah.
I do not have a need to keep your verbatims either. I'm able to make my notes and their education notes, and I can also agree to delete your email and shred. Audrey, in the healthcare setting, a first name, a diagnosis, a race, and a gender are all HIPAA violations if you share that information. So the verbatim is full of confidential information. So you too don't need us to save your verbatim with your name on it and what you write about a patient, because you would have had a HIPAA violation. And each one, the state of California right now is a $65,000 fine. So for the first name, for the race, for the gender, for the age, for the location, for the date, and the list goes on and on. So we do have to be careful with these documents in your setting as well. And Alice is very fluid. So sometimes it's A, and then sometimes it's Angela. And then sometimes it's Angela L. And so I'm like, I just said, no, please don't fill out the L. So you have to be attentive. Are you going to just use initials, which is what is preferred? Or create a pseudonym and say, this is not the person's real name, which is what I recommend, as opposed to actual, or this is not their actual initials. Just create a different name altogether. But so we all agree, let's be uniform. We'll read it, delete the email. If we should print it, we will make sure we shred the document after it has served its educational purposes for us here. Okay, we're gonna number. And now when are we gonna share them? What feels good? Kate, please.
Just one more question for what I've already shared tonight. I will definitely send it to Donna for tracking purposes. Does anybody else want it? Going forward, I'll send it to everyone, but just for this particular one, is there anyone that wants an email copy of it, of what I shared tonight?
No.
No need. So
And
I'm
then you
going
can
to send
only,
it this week to Donna. Okay.
you could share with the rest of us just the part that you want to access and us to know. You don't need to share the whole thing.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Just so that you are at peace with that.
I'm gonna offer a little bit more.
Yeah.
Do not
Adriu, can you check your junk email because I sent my last Monday. I sent to you my verbatim last Monday.
Oh, did you?
Yes, maybe it's in the junk or
So Kate, for what I saw tonight, my request to you is to not email it to your colleagues.
Okay.
Going
on
forward,
Sunday, 8:37 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Did you get
Okay,
my?
okay, I'll look. I don't see it, but I'm looking in spam, but I'll look for it. What is,
All right.
You see
On
his,
Monday, 8:39.
make sure
Yeah.
you write down his email as well. That'll make it much easier to find. You could search.
yeah, is it in the chat too? Let's see.
Yes, it's in the chat too.
Alfredo. Oh, Pastor, okay. Pastor Alfredo, okay.
And when are we going to send going forward? What works for you guys? Alfredo, you're on mute, but since yours came first, I don't know that we want to hear from you. But go ahead.
Monday, the latest.
Okay. Monday, the latest. Any
Yes,
particular
because
time?
I have a Tuesday to read it, because on Wednesday I don't have time.
Okay.
I start working at 7 o'clock in the morning. I finish 4:30. Just give it to me time to eat and sit in the chair and connect it.
Okay.
So for me to read, it's
On
gonna be
Tuesday.
good to receive
Okay.
on Monday.
So
Anytime.
Monday by 8
Anytime.
p.m. Pacific
Yes,
time.
anytime. Yes.
Monday, 8 p.m. Pacific time work, everyone?
Monday AM, I cannot. I just
Okay.
cannot. With my teaching schedule, I just would die. I
So
can't do it.
can you, what can you do?
Wednesday, Tuesday evening. I can Tuesday, I don't know. Oh my God.
I know, my 3 days, Wednesday is the day that I get to, I'm not doing any clinical hours. I get to concentrate. I have the whole day to work on my school stuff. Monday and Tuesday is just shot.
Okay.
And then starting next week, I'm covering the chaplain's office at Kaiser by myself. So I don't even know what hours I'm gonna get. I know Monday is not doable for me. I could shoot for Tuesday
I just
evening.
cannot do Monday, just can't.
You said you could shoot for Tuesday evening?
I could shoot for Tuesday evening because you know, probably other people too, but my weekend is filled with ministry work. So Saturday, Sunday, all day
So
Sunday, I look at
if Monday
anything.
and Tuesday, and Monday seems out, Tuesday seems possible. Alfredo it said for him it doesn't matter what time, as long as he has it some time so that he can read it.
But we have class at 5 p.m. Isn't
On
we don't
Wednesday.
have time on Wednesday. We have the whole day.
He does not. I don't either really, but well, you know what? Why don't let's try this. Let's aim to have it in by noon on Tuesday. So you'll be able to go to email Alfredo by noon on Tuesday. And if you don't have it in by noon on Tuesday, do try to get it to us by Wednesday before class, knowing that we probably will not, all of us will not have had the chance to read it, but at least you will have sent it to us. So we may have a chance to scan it or not. But for those who can get it in, is Tuesday by noon still sufficient time for you, Alfredo, to read? Okay. So if you can get it in Tuesday by noon, that's great. And then if you can't, try to submit it before class on Wednesday, but you do so with the understanding that we may not have had an opportunity to read it. They don't need to be 16 pages. That's just way too long. So do feel be attentive to brevity. Okay, because obviously we're going to be hard pressed if everybody's turning in 16 pages. We're just not going to get to it. Okay.
I teach a seminar that ends at 10 p.m. on Tuesday and Monday. So
I
I just want to be
understand that.
honest that I will not be able.
So I understand that you feel like you can't get it in, so you're going to turn it in on Wednesday to the best of your ability. I also understand you don't have to do a verbatim until Monday. You could do one before then, between now and then. It doesn't have to be something that happened immediately. It can be something that has already happened. So you actually can look back and do the verbatim. But we accept it, Alice. You're going to turn it in as soon as you can, and you accept that we may or may not have read it. And you understand tonight I went over, I will not go over in the future. So you may have 10 minutes of conversation, and you accept that.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Audrey and Kate and Alfredo, we're going to aim for that time as best we can. And if we miss it, we miss it, but we're at least trying. Okay.
Mhm.
For me, I appreciate you getting it to me by email, even if it's later than not at all. Okay. So there's no penalty. You're not gonna be downgraded or anything like that. We're just trying to maximize our time and our reflection. So keep that in mind when you're presenting. So again, I went over tonight, but we're not going to do that in the future. We're going to hold a much tighter presentation. Thank you. I appreciate you letting me go over. Good night. I will see you next week.